Good afternoon. This is the AIB's meeting for today's date is March the 20th, 2025. Welcome everybody to our meeting. We have a rather full agenda today. First of all, just a couple of comments. I want to again thank our outstanding staff for all the work that they've accomplished over the last time we've met, and they continue, in my opinion, to be extraordinarily impressive in terms of the amount of work that we do with what I think is a relatively small staff overall. The number of meetings, times that we've had to interact with our colleagues at MSDE and other agencies around the state, the times that we spent in Annapolis meeting with members of the various delegations, providing testimonies, the backup, getting all of those things accomplished, as well as getting our members approved through confirmation. It was a remarkable amount of work. We still have a great deal of work ahead, and we are going to try to move expeditiously to this today. I will say, just in terms of how we proceed, and when people are questioning some of the procedures that we follow, we try to be very transparent in what we are doing. But as you know, this is a new agency. We respond to the challenges and difficulties that we face. When there are concerns in Annapolis that we think needs our attention, we may respond to that. When we have to coordinate with other agencies, we will do that. And therefore, we are going through a process, and sometimes we are sort of building the plane as we fly. And so that is to be expected when you're dealing with a new agency. We have competing deadlines and timeframes in which we have to meet. So as we go forward and as we regularize much of the business of the AIB, much of that will be somewhat reduced, in my opinion. But when we have to make changes, we think through those changes very carefully, and we have opportunities to make changes. We try to do that on an evidentiary basis. But the timing of that, how we proceed, dictated by a number of factors, many of which are outside of our control. But we have the utmost respect for all of those we work with, and try to be as responsive as possible and as efficient as possible to respond to the challenges and difficulties that we see. With that, we will have at least one item on this agenda today that we're introducing, and hopefully we will have approval on the waiver process. But this is something that we've responded to as it relates to changes that we see currently on the ground. And we're doing so in light of budgetary concerns. We're doing budgetary processes in terms of time frame in order to ensure that we respond as appropriately as possible. With that, unless there are questions or comments from our vice chair, executive director, based on what I've just stated, anything you want to add, I think we're going to move through our agenda. Vice Chair, and I want to thank again our vice chair for his work, because as both of us, we serve on a number of boards around the state, and he has been tireless in his efforts to make sure that this is a priority. This is something that we need to do and do it right. And whenever he's called upon to respond to challenges that we have, or to provide presentations, or whatever it may be, I could not have a stronger partner in what he's done and continue to do, especially given his tremendous work and schedule around the state. So I wanted to just say that publicly, because it's not an easy, the job is not really a job, it's a volunteer service, but sometimes it's like a job. So I again want to thank our vice chair and executive director and our entire staff. Anything you want to add, Mr. Dr. Horn? You say?
You're muted, Dr. Kerwin.
Apologies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for those very nice words. I have nothing to add other than to reinforce the work you said about our executive director and the staff. It's a remarkably small number of people, but their output is like it's a cast of thousands. So we are very fortunate to have the leadership we have from Rachel and from Miss Heiss and from the excellent staff she has around her.
But thank you. Let's go on now to our the adoption of our last meeting's summary. I hope that we had an opportunity to review them. And if there are any revisions or changes that someone would like to make at this point in time, otherwise we'll entertain a motion for adoption of the last meeting summary. Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion at this point in time for adoption.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and properly second that we adopt the meetings from our last meeting. Any questions on readiness? If not, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Are there changes to the agenda for today? You have it before us. Okay, and we'll proceed with the agenda as currently written. The second item on the agenda are public comments. And as I said, Ms. Heiss, we have Courtney Evans. Is Courtney here?
Hi.
Hi.
I apologize. I forgot I had my headphones plugged in. Are you ready? Okay.
Yes, please proceed.
Sorry,
Yep.
thank you. Good afternoon, members of the AIB. My name is Courtney Evans, and I'm here as a parent from Montgomery County and a representative of the Maryland Coalition for Virtual School Access. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The Blueprint for Maryland's Future promises every child access to an equitable education, but for K-12 students who cannot attend brick-and-mortar schools, that promise is broken. They are fully funded, but only partially educated, and they lack the community of a school. Right now, minimum school funding follows students to their enrolled brick-and-mortar school, not the program they attend. This means districts receive full per pupil funding for kids who can't attend brick and mortar school but put them in discretionary central programs that fail to provide a full education while sending their school funding allocations to benefit others in a school they can't attend. My son lives this reality. Last year in Montgomery Virtual Academy, he had advanced courses, instrumental lessons, and a full schedule with friends. This year, the blended learning program, he's isolated with 3 hours of literacy per week, no science or social studies instruction until February this year, no art, PE, music, or health. We pay out of pocket to supplement, but not everyone can. He has no access to map testing or community, and students with IEPs have been denied services in HHT or the blended learning program if they're even accepted. Some counties have responded to pressure to account for allocations by shutting down virtual schools and further restricting access to other programs, leaving many students with no education at all. When MVA closed, 300 of its applicants left MCPS. The solution is clear. Fund students where they learn and ensure access to quality public virtual schools. Minimum school funding must flow to the program attended, which may not be the enrolled school, to ensure full equitable education. A virtual school model solves all issues by ensuring funding, accountability, and equitable access to comparable education. The law already allows counties to create virtual schools, to collaborate regionally, or form agreements across county lines, but most refuse, leaving students with no options. The AIB must hold these districts accountable because nobody else is. I urge you to meet with affected families to see firsthand the harm caused by the status quo. Pushing students out of the system cannot be the solution. Thank you for your time. I don't know, do I leave or answer questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Udi Ivinsko. So,
Good afternoon. My name is Chinon. So, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I understand I have 3 minutes. Should I start speaking now?
that's correct.
Yes, please go ahead.
Good. Thank you. So, the topic I want to bring to the attention of the Accountability and Implementation Board today is that of the will to fire bad teachers. Here is a situation that I think ought to concern you. At a non-public full-day special education program in my area, there is a crisis going on. A woman named Tiffany Harris was hired there some years ago as a behavioral aide. This woman, with no change in skill set, just a few years later is being paid to teach Spanish, music, art, PE, and I believe a fifth subject. She has no teaching credentials, and I have it on good authority that Ms. Harris does not speak Spanish or possess above average musical, artistic, or physical ability, which the subjects that she's being paid to teach require. Because of her lack of relevant skills, students under her tutelage are asked to do the bare minimum to pass. The school is allowing this due to being short-staffed. One would say, well, it's hard to get good teachers without higher pay. But I argue that teachers leave extremely well-paying jobs all the time. So I want to consider some higher hanging fruit. Why do many schools have no quality teachers? Well, no teacher wants to work in a school where students cannot be told no. Additionally, no teacher wants to work in a school where the students are allowed to be mediocre for fear of hurting their feelings. Another reason is that teachers are being asked to be father and mother to 15 to 30 children at once before even reaching the subject they are being paid to teach. In the absence of good teachers who flee these situations, mediocre teachers like the one I referenced, who have to do just the bare minimum for their paycheck, are drawn to classrooms like moths to a flame. Now, I have it on other good authority that blueprint funds have been set aside for hiring new employees in the Maryland school system. If I'm incorrect on that, please correct me. This would require the firing of bad employees in addition to hiring good employees if this group is actually committed to helping these children. However, we all know that firing a teacher for being terrible at their job is almost impossible, largely due to cowardice and a litany of laws that stand in the way of anyone courageous enough to try. The inability to fire these teachers disproportionately hurts all the minority groups you say you want to help, as they typically have lower standards set for them by the mediocre teachers who enter the classroom. Terrible teachers thrive in environments with low standards. This all leads me to my final question, for which I and many others would like to answer. Will you, the AIB, or will you not fire them demonstrably awful teachers? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. One of the things that we do not have as part of our jurisdiction, we do not see the individual employment status of teachers within the school system. That is determined by the local LEAs and the Maryland Department of Education. But we'll pass on your comments to whatever jurisdiction and or MSDE so that if need be, they will respond. So I would hope that you would direct that to them. Thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate your being here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Our next speaker. I don't have my screen up. Our next speaker is here, Ms. Heiss.
Yes, Ms. Ria Gupta is here.
Good afternoon, Chair Leggett, Vice Chair Kerwin, and members of the Accountability and Implementation Board. Forgive my voice, I am a little bit sick. For the record, my name is Ria Gupta. I serve as the Interim Executive Director of Strong Schools Maryland. I'm here today to talk about the minimum school funding requirement waiver. As you know, the minimum school funding requirement is one of the most transformational safeguards of the blueprint, ensuring that resources and money follow students and supports the schools that need them the most and those that have been historically underinvested in. While I understand LEAs are requesting flexibility, I do urge the AIB to carefully consider the equity risks before moving forward with any changes to the waiver process. Waivers applied at the LEA level could fundamentally alter funding across entire school systems, potentially shifting money away from high-need schools. Schools do not waive their own right to the minimum school funding requirement. Instead, LEAs request this waiver on their behalf. Without safeguards, these schools could be the first to see funding shifted from them. For example, with the small school waiver that has been discussed, we need to be clear about what this waiver actually does. It is not a waiver for a small school to be exempt from the minimum school funding requirement. Instead, it is a waiver that allows, for example, high-need schools that receive maybe more per pupil funding because they serve comp ed students, multilingual learners, students with disabilities, to have their funding redirected somewhere else, presumably to smaller schools. This is not just about supporting small schools, it is about shifting resources away from schools that serve students with greatest needs. If the goal is to support small schools, we need a solution that does not come at the expense of equity. I also do have a few key recommendations to ensure transparency and accountability before any waiver process is considered and finalized. Waiver requests must be transparent and include meaningful community input. These decisions impact students, teachers, and families and should not be made behind closed doors. LEAs should and must clearly explain why they are requesting a waiver, which schools will be affected, and how funding will be reallocated. Parents, students, and educators deserve also the chance to weigh in through public meetings, comment periods, and access to relevant data. Additionally, I would expect that every waiver request should include an equity impact analysis to determine how it will affect high-need students and ensure that resources are not unfairly diverted. The blueprint is a promise to Maryland students, a promise to equitably fund schools and close opportunity gaps. If waivers weaken these protections, we cannot achieve the transformative change the blueprint was designed to bring. I urge the AIB to proceed with extreme caution, ask tough questions, and ensure that equity remains the center of every decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have any other written public comments today?
No, that is it. We have received some more emails from Carroll County residents, and we've provided that to you and to the public.
All right, then we'll go to agenda item number 3, which is the blueprint interim evaluation update. And I think are the parties here?
I'm looking to see. I think while we let them in, they're going to be sharing their screen actually to, so whoever we can, thank you. Yes, they are here. And Mr. Chair, if I can just provide a brief
Okay, please.
update. So just as a reminder, the blueprint law requires an interim evaluation of the blueprint implementation and progress made to be conducted, and for the AIB to engage a consultant to do that work. Last month, the board approved a contract, or actually in January, end of January, so it feels like last month. The board approved the award of the contract to NORC at the University of Chicago, and we were able to finalize that contract in February and held a kickoff meeting with the team at NORC earlier this month. And we wanted to bring them to the board meeting here so that the board members, as well as members of the public, have an opportunity to have a better understanding of what NORC has proposed in terms of the interim evaluation, and to give you all an opportunity to provide input, as well as ask questions. So with that, I will turn it over to the NORC team, and they can introduce themselves as well.
Great. Thank you so much for the introduction. We are very excited to be with you all this afternoon. Before we get into sort of the logistics of it, I will briefly introduce myself, but I'll say a little more about myself a few slides from now. My name is Jenna Scott, and I am a co-principal investigator for this partnership that we are very excited to be partnering with you for this evaluation on the blueprint. I am also a vice president at NORC. So if we can move to the next slide, please. And is it possible to put it in a presentation mode, maybe? So I'll keep chatting away. Sorry, Brandon, while you're doing that. So what we're going to do briefly is we will just provide you with a brief synopsis of NORC at the University of Chicago. Then we'll briefly introduce our leadership team. And then we will dive into the larger and I think important conversation around the evaluation. Thanks so much. So North University of Chicago really prides itself on being an objective, nonpartisan research organization that works with our partners to deliver insights and then analysis for you all that you can trust. Next slide, please. So just a quick synopsis of our organization. As you can see, we have multiple staff members that support our organization and work with our partners. And one of our primary areas of focus is in education and child development, among other areas. Next slide, please. So we really center our values and our work in 4 primary categories or areas. And one is really around delivering high quality work that really is going to deliver impact for our partners. And in addition, one thing that's incredibly important to us is to ensure that we are delivering this with continued innovation and really thinking forward. As stated on the earlier side, we really pride ourselves in being objective and nonpartisan. And then very importantly, we recognize that we need to meet our partners' needs. And so as we're working on this evaluation, it's very important that we are working in close collaboration with our partners. Next slide, please. So to dive a little more deeply, as I said on the prior slide, one of our focal areas is really specifically in education. And many of us have spent a lot of time in this space for quite a number of years, as has our education department. And so really we focus our work in education on ensuring that we are providing technical assistance as well as research and evaluation to better understand the experiences of all students across the cradle to career continuum, and that we're really having an impact in education for all of the various parts of students and learners' lives. Many of our areas of focus touch on the 5 pillars that are key to this evaluation. And so we have expertise in the early care education space, as well as elementary and secondary education. And in that space, really thinking about educator quality, post-secondary and graduate education, and workforce development. We have a very big focus too on ensuring that our studies are situated in a framing where we understand that all students and their families can thrive. Next slide, please. All right, we're going to do a brief introduction to our project leadership team. So I'm going to pass the baton, next slide, please. I'm going to pass the baton to Meg to introduce herself.
Thanks, Jenna. I'm Meg, or Margaret Hargraves. I'm a senior fellow at NORC, and for the past 20 years, I've specialized in directing systems change evaluations. And that's ever since I received a PhD in this topic of systems change evaluation. These projects have included education-focused initiatives, such as the Walton Family Foundation's Catalytic Communities Initiative, as well as many other multi-level systems change projects that have included education components, including a funder level, intermediary level, and community level evaluations, including sites in Maryland and other states. And before I joined NORC, I have done many projects with sites in Maryland. I also worked for Community Science, which is headquartered in Gaithersburg, Maryland. It now recently moved to Bethesda. So I have had experience evaluating sites in Maryland, and I'm excited to be, again, having the opportunity to be in Maryland and to work on this issue. Since in terms of my background, I have a master's in public policy from the Harvard Kennedy School. And I also have written many peer review articles and guides, and have provided trainings, a wide range of trainings on the topic to local, state, and international audiences. So this is a topic that I've devoted my career to, and I'm very excited to be part of this initiative. So Jenna may say more about herself, so I'll turn it over to her again.
Thanks, Meg. And again, my name is Jenna Scott, serving as co-principal investigator. I'm a vice president in our education practice at NORC. And I am very proud to say that I started my career as a classroom teacher in Maryland. So very, very much approach my work from the lens of having been a practitioner myself, come from a family of a long line of educators, many of whom have worked and served in Maryland. I have spent now, I guess, way too long, I'm going to date myself here, but 20 years or so now in the evaluation space, primarily studying programs and policies in the early education through career continuum. And I've worked in Maryland, as well as with the U.S. Department of Education, as well as other states and foundations across the country. I have a special interest, I would say, in educator quality. That's been an area that I've had a lot of focus, probably in part because I started my career as a classroom teacher. And in addition to working with the state of Maryland on technical assistance and evaluation work, I've had the pleasure of working with several districts in the state, as well as leadership organizations and community colleges and universities. So thank you very much for having us. I'm going to pass the baton to Brandon.
All right, thank you, Jenna. Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Coffey-Borden. I'm a senior research scientist with NORC, and I'll be serving as project manager for the evaluation. In terms of my professional background, I've spent the last 17 years or so focused in the field of evaluation and capacity building, focused on understanding community and systems change efforts designed to benefit children, youth, and families, as well as support under-resourced communities. And my work has spanned a variety of different areas, including education reform, early childhood, addressing adverse childhood experiences, and workforce development as well. And currently, I live in Montgomery Village in Montgomery County. I'm a husband of a MCPS teacher, a parent of a MCPS second grader who is about to turn 8 next Sunday. I don't know where the time went. And also a parent of a 5-year-old who's a soon-to-be MCPS student. So this work, of course, is very important, and I look forward to engaging with you all as the evaluation moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next slide, please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm going to briefly touch on some of their experience in working in the state of Maryland, and then we can turn to the important part, and that is the evaluation. But just to give you a flavor of some of the work that our team has been engaged in the past with Maryland, as you can see in the first 3 bullets, maybe not see, but the first 3 bullets really are focused on areas related to educator quality. So we spent time working with the state, particularly in Title II Part A, the educator quality issues related to elementary and secondary education, as well as Title II HEA, thinking about educator preparation, particularly around recruitment, retainment, and also professional learning for educators. We also had the pleasure of working in Washington County and Prince George's County, helping them with both technical assistance as well as some monitoring compliance for the U.S. Department of Education's Teacher Incentive Fund. Again, this was focused around educator quality and particularly thinking about ways in which we can diversify the educator pipeline. In addition, we worked with the Urban Teacher Center on a study in Baltimore, really thinking about alternative pathways into the classroom, and spent a lot of time helping them think about a strategy and ways to continuously improve that pipeline. In this 4th example, this was really focused on career pathways, and this was funded by two foundations, and this was with Montgomery College as well as universities at Shady Grove, and thinking about career trajectories for students, particularly those from underrepresented groups. The last 2 bullets focus on areas where we worked with the state as well as Montgomery College in areas related to disabilities. We helped with the study of the individualized education program process and looked at the adequate funding level for students with disabilities in the state. And last, we worked with Montgomery College on the Americans with Disabilities Act, providing technical assistance as well as some evaluation support. And I'm going to pass the baton off to Meg.
Thanks, Jenna. So I'm going to give you a pretty quick overview of the evaluation so that we can get to time where we have questions and answers about the work we do. So the first slide is really about, next slide, is really about how we are different than many other firms in that we use and incorporate both traditional social research methods into our work, but we integrate it with systems and complexity informed evaluation methods. So here is a framework, a picture of your initiative. Here it is, it's a multi-level perspective in which most evaluations focus on the middle level. That's where your 5 pillars are. And we look at, traditionally social research looks at each pillar individually and the change in the pillar. We take more of a systems lens or a systems perspective that's multi-level, in which we understand that this initiative is operating and is being influenced by the political, legal, and economic landscape, which is affecting the implementation that's happening in the pillars. We also assess how these pillars are changing the current policy regime level and how they are not only affecting the policy level, but they're influencing each other and they're interacting with each other. That's another special focus of systems, in that we understand that change is interactive and dynamic. And so we look at how these pillars will influence each other. And then at the bottom, we also assess and look at how the pillars are influencing new and niche innovations that are being developed and tested at the local level. So this is multi-level. Many evaluations aren't multi-level, they just focus on the policy level. And so that's what sets us apart. It actually improves the evaluations that we do by combining the insights from both traditional social research and also from systems-informed methods. And this allows us to understand and answer the evaluations questions about how the blueprint is improving Maryland's education system in a richer, more nuanced way than we might if we'd only selected systems or traditional research methods. Next slide. So we use a 10-step systems change evaluation process, and you can see that in the work we're doing on your project. We start from step 1 in that our team includes education related evaluators who have systems expertise and Maryland experience. So we understand the context and we have the skills needed to do this work. In step 2, we start this by assessing and understanding the system. And so in this first phase of our project, we are reviewing documents and interviewing key people to get their perspectives on what is the system in which this initiative is operating. Step 3 is that our project is very, from prior experience, we understand how important it is to have the capacity to understand systems. And so we are providing ongoing system capacity building and system evaluation capacity building and technical assistance to the AIB team, so that this improves their ability to work with us and our ability to work with them. As the 4th step, we recognize that initiatives are not static. They just don't stay consistent. And so we know that the sites, the local implementation plans are changing as the initiative evolves, and we are tracking, and we will be tracking these kinds of changes, these dynamics. The 5th step is that we are co-designing this evaluation plan with input not only from the AIB team, but also from others, so that we can make this project more adaptive. We don't just give you a final report at the end of this process, but we want to share findings with you and make mid-course adjustments as we learn more about how this initiative is developing and its early outcomes. Step 6 is really, again, about using a rich mix of methods, not only using traditional surveys and interviews and data analysis and site visits, but we're also mixing in complexity-informed methods that are called outcome harvesting conversations, ripple effect mapping, and spatial analysis, and we're using a systems change measurement rubric. It's not instead of, but it's complementary to and adds to the traditional research methods that we're using. The last 4 steps are about collecting and analyzing, reporting the findings in order to answer the initiatives, how the initiatives activities and outcomes are progressing in a way that supports continuous learning. Again, we infuse traditional and systems concepts into those steps, but we wanted to sort of show you how we're using the framework in the work that we're doing. Next. We want to showcase and highlight the 3 phases of the evaluation for you, but at the same time, we would like to get some input from you. And so I'm going to share 3 questions that we'd like you to think about as I'm giving you a summary of the 3 phases. In the first phase, we're hoping to find out and would like your input on who we should engage in this planning process, whose perspectives are important that we understand as we're finalizing the evaluation plan. The second question that we'd like you to think about as I summarize the 3 phases is the second phase is really about data collection and analysis. And so we're interested in knowing about what early findings and feedback you are interested in receiving from us throughout the process and not just at the end of the process. And then the third question we'd like to ask is, at the end, we know that we will be doing presentations, giving a final report and giving a set of presentations to different audiences. And so we'd like to know from your point of view, who do you think are the key audiences in these findings? So we won't talk about them now. We'll come back to these questions after I give a brief summary of the 3 phases of the project. Next slide. So the first phase has started. As you mentioned, we had our kickoff this month with the AIB team, and we started immediately preparing for this presentation. This phase also, during this month, we're also identifying who we should talk to get their perspectives on the system in which this initiative is happening. And we'll do about 30 of those interviews during this first phase. Then we also have started collecting and reviewing project documents that are germane to the project. In April, we will identify and begin an inventory of the project's relevant data sets. And so in May, once we've identified them, we'll work on establishing the data use agreements that are needed for data analysis with data sets such as the Maryland Longitudinal Data System, or MLDS, sorry. At the end of this process in June, we'll submit the final evaluation plan. And so that is going to happen in 3 months. It's a whirlwind 3 months, but it sets up the rest of the project. Next slide. The next phase runs from this June all the way through next July, and we'll be conducting several streams of data collection and analysis. For example, we will obtain and analyze the administrative data, not only from the MLDS, but from other data sources. We'll conduct 2 rounds of surveys with people who have knowledge both of individual pillars and of the overall initiative, and get their perspectives on how the implementation is going, its successes, and its challenges. Next spring, we'll do some more intensive data collection with interviews with key informants, site visits to selected sites, something called ripple effect mapping, in which participants talk about from their point of view what the successes of the initiative have been. And then we'll also conduct some systems-informed methods like outcome harvesting conversations, and that identify and make sense of what are key initiative-related changes in people's behaviors and ideas and institutions' policies and practices. Meanwhile, we'll also be providing ongoing evaluation and systems capacity building with the AIB team. So that's phase 2. Then in phase 3, it starts next July and will end the following May. will implement and conduct the final reporting processes. We'll create a measurement rubric in July to assess the initiative's progression on multiple dimensions, and we'll use this rubric to synthesize the qualitative and quantitative data we've collected. Also in July, next July, we'll submit an outline of the report, and then we'll go through the process of drafting the report by August, providing a final draft of the report in October, and then the final report in November. After the final report is submitted and approved, we'll begin a series of 7 presentations to a range of audiences. And this presentation process will finish by the following May of 2027. So that was whirlwind, but, and you can ask us more about that. Let's go to the next slide. So we were returning to those questions. We were really interested in, we'll give an opportunity for you to ask us questions, but right now we're asking you questions about, for example, in this phase, in this early planning phase, who do you think we should include and who we should interview as part of this planning process? Are there key people or institutions or audiences you want to make sure that we include in our interviews? Ideas? We assume you're included. But in addition to you, are there others that you can think of?
I'm not sure we have to answer that today, but I think it's just a question we need to get back to you about. Is that correct? Okay.
Yep. Then the second question is, there's so much that we're collecting, and there's a lot that we can provide and will provide about the initiative, the individual pillars, and how the initiative is going. Are there particular things that you're interested in knowing or feedback from us about how the initiative's going that we can share with you along the way, and so you don't have to wait till the end of the evaluation in 2027 or 2026? Are there things you'd like to hear from us? And you can wait and think about them, or
yes,
early ideas.
We'll try to respond to that later for you on this phase. Because it requires some level of detail, I think you may need.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe consensus. Then the third question that obviously we're happy to have you think over and send us your answers is, there are many audiences that are interested in the findings of this evaluation. And so we'll need to prioritize who will get the final presentations, and we'd love to get your input on that as well. So this is the point where we turn it over and open the floor for the questions you have of us today.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. First of all, thank you for your presentation, and thanks for the great details of having some great input into the school systems of Maryland. The question I have is sort of an overriding question. I look very carefully at all of the very impressive projects and things you've done in education and other places around the country. The big question for me is that this blueprint, based on my recollection, and both in terms of when it was first initiated and even now today, is quite different than what most jurisdictions have tried to accomplish in public education. It is pretty comprehensive. It is quite unique. It is bold. It is costly. It is a number of things wrapped up into one. So I'm not sure you could go and find a precise model somewhere else and said, oh, we've studied X before, and therefore we would apply those lessons from that and approach this project with this. Do you have any questions or concerns about that aspect, or do you think I'm phrasing it wrong in some way? But this is quite different. This is not the typical undertaking that many states have ever taken as it relates to public education.
Let me let Jenna start, and then I'll follow up. So.
Well, I'll just say that I appreciate your thoughts and the context there, and I agree. So I do think that it is bold and also critical, right, and very important. I would say that certainly we've worked with states that I think are forward thinking in approaches, but I would agree that this is different. And I think the systems change aspect makes it particularly unique, which is why I'm really excited to have Meg and Brandon as partners in this work. And I think in strong collaboration with AIB will be really important. And I think that there's, likely lessons that you all, if you're willing to share with the field in the future, could be incredibly important. I'll say, quickly, we are partnered, I think, with, states like Massachusetts, New York, Pennsylvania, as well as Delaware, in work that I would say is innovative and forward thinking, but again, is not at the same systems change level that you all are approaching through the blueprint. So I think it is unique.
Okay. All right. Executive Director, I don't have the questions of people who want to make a comment or question at this point in time. So why don't you direct it if you can see them and go in order, whatever you say.
Sure. Are there any questions? Vice Chair Kerwin.
Sure. Well, let me add my thanks for your presentation and really very impressive credentials that you bring to this project. I'm interested in the criteria by which you will evaluate the blueprint. And to start with, the blueprint became official, and correct me if I'm wrong, Executive Director Heiss, but in July 1 of 2021. Is that correct?
July 1 of 2021 for what?
It became official.
The blueprint was enacted, close enough, March, I think.
All right, March. Okay. So, but we got off to a slow start because there was a delay in the funding of the blueprint. And we had a change in the state superintendent, and a new superintendent came in, but he did not last very long. The superintendent is a critical part of the blueprint implementation. And so we had then another change in the superintendent. So there's kind of the official date of the start of the blueprint, but there's really the practical date of when the funding started to become in place, and we had a permanent superintendent in place. Are those factors that you will take into account as you do your evaluation? And then I have one other question.
I just want to say absolutely yes. There are systems initiatives which are small and brief and incremental, and then you get to huge transformative initiatives that span maybe a decade and a huge population in which there's great unpredictability that occurs. And so part of what we do, for example, the MacArthur Foundation is a huge justice initiative that spanned a decade, and it spanned all kinds of political changes and COVID. And what we do is we track the timeline of contextual factors, and that we know have an influence on the pace of implementation, the success of implementation. And so it's not a up or down, it's sort of looking at how various phases and how various contextual factors influence the implementation and change the story, and either impede it or slow it, or sometimes there are good changes in the context. Mm-hmm. So because the context is so important, we track that along with the implementation, and we don't judge the success in any way without understanding the context in which it is operating.
Yeah. A second question I have is, we think we're in the we're 2.5 years into real implementation. And of course, this is a 10-year project, and it touches every possible aspect of pre-K through 12 education. And the changes will be slow because you implement, you start getting many more kids into preschool, and they will eventually get to kindergarten, and presumably, according to the blueprint, we're gonna have higher rates of kids ready to learn. But we're not there yet because that wave of preschools is just beginning to preschool children is just beginning to build up. So I think objective measures at this stage will be hard to determine, and so and I think another factor that needs to be considered is we're calling for such incredible change in the way local school boards, principals, superintendents, teachers, they all operate. And we all know that change is difficult for people. And some people don't want to change. And so there's a tremendous amount of noise out there in the system right now. Some people get it, some that what this is going hopefully will achieve. Other people will say, why do I have to change what I'm doing, et cetera. So there's a lot of noise out there. And so, interviews will be an important part of your process. Obviously, you have to do that. So in an assessment where there is relatively little objective data to form an opinion at this point, and there's a lot of noise in the system, how do you do an assessment?
So it's a great question, something that we encounter all the time. When you think that the objective assessments of a student's success or graduation rate, everything, that's years ahead
Yes,
of you.
exactly.
But there is a great literature on how you see and watch systems change.
Mm-hmm.
And we know those theories, and we watch for changes at key leverage points. Do people change their opinions? Do they start to support the blueprint? Do you sort of change hearts and minds and they begin to support changes? Do you see small changes in terms of funding? Are resources beginning to flow in the right way? In terms of organizations and institutions, you see cultural changes where they begin to accept the innovations that you're then adopting them. Maybe you won't see lots of change yet, but the fact that they've actually started implementing them or spreading them. Another crucial part is you look at it's not a yes or no. You're looking at small innovations. Are they spreading? Are they crossing districts? Do you see a spread across a geographic area where more and more districts are beginning to do the same thing? So we're looking at that's why there's so many different kinds of data collection that we're doing with different sources, not just interviews, is that we know what evidence to look for, and we can find that, and we can create a very effective narrative of showing where progress is, where it isn't, bright spots, examples of spread, examples of acceleration of change. So it's not a yes, no, or simple story. It's going to be a complicated one, but we have lots of experience looking for those markers of early change in lots of places, and being able to synthesize that into a really accurate reflection of where the initiative is. And potentially, because this is interim, there can be opportunities to talk about things that can be amplified, challenges that can be addressed. So the fact that you're still going is impressive after all those challenges you talked about. I mean, that takes, resilience is one of those markers of progress. So.
Right. Well, thank you very much for the answer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manko.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear more about the qualitative component, because it seems like for an initiative as massive as the blueprint that has, umpteen number of stakeholders, it seems hard to get, kind of representative voice from any, across the entirety of the state, right? I mean, it's a diverse state, and then there's stakeholders at all different levels, whether they be teachers, school principals, superintendents, parents, students. How do you go about ascertaining who, how you can go about identifying who to talk to, how representative their voice is or their perspective is in comparison to the kind of amalgam of individuals that are touching this. And I wanted to elevate that question and hear your thoughts on it. And then in particular, if there was any, if you've given any thought to the opportunities to engage students in the conversation, because I think ultimately they are, perhaps the most critical stakeholder in all this. They are the ones going through and experiencing the blueprint on a day-to-day basis. So what the plan is for student outreach and data collection from students, or if there are limitations around that.
Jenna, why don't you start, and then I can provide a systems approach to it as well.
So we definitely agree with you, right? That it's critically important that we have representation of lots of different groups of people here, so that we really do understand what's happening for the blueprint. And I think that, one of the questions that is really important for us to get from you all is who you also see as these important stakeholders, because the idea for us in our approach is to ensure that we are getting this snapshot across the state and different key stakeholders, whether that be those in the classroom, those at the administrative level, those in community organizations. And I think you bring up a really interesting point around students and student voice. And so I think that's certainly something that we can certainly consider. I think there's obviously we're constrained with some limitations of how many people we can converse with. And one way that we have really thought about how to ensure that we're getting that representation is to think about focus groups in addition to one-on-one interviews, right? And so by engaging in these focus groups, our hope too is that we can bring in more voices. But absolutely, and I think as we're working with you all, this becomes really important, both in the leading up to the actual evaluation, and then the interviews that are part of the formal evaluation are going to be important for the various stakeholders. Meg?
One of the ways in which we can build our sample and not worry so much about having too big a sample is with the survey. We can add additional perspectives and voices and people to the sample at a very small additional cost. And so the more we understand and the more we can get and include different perspectives at different levels with different professionals and different pillars, it doesn't add much cost to add to the sample to get that breadth of input, to be able to really analyze something that has, it may not, to be inclusive of the perspectives that you'd like to hear from. And very often in reports, we'll ask the same question and we'll showcase how different groups have answered that question. And so it shows you how these perspectives differ. So there's not one right answer. It's that we'll have enough sample from each of these groups so that we can report on each of the groups separately, to recognize the diversity of experience and the diversity of perceptions of what's happening. So we'll try.
Right.
Tell us who to look for. We'll try. We'll get them.
Thanks so much.
Member Robinson.
Good afternoon, and thank you for what you shared so far. My question is sort of related to Member Manko's question in regards to how we're integrating student voice into this. evaluation. And so just kind of like the background of my question is that, as you know, the blueprint expects to increase the number of teachers by professionalizing the profession. And so, we've talked about things like increasing salaries, establishing career ladders, reorganizing professional learning opportunities, everything that we're trying to do to make teaching a more professional profession. And one of the conversations we've been having so far, a specific challenge is that in order to do some of the things we want to do, including collaborative time, we've been talking about the lack of educators in the pipeline. And so the conversation that I keep bringing up is that students aren't considering teaching as a career. And so I think that's one of the larger issues that we need to address. And kind of, I don't know how we talk to people who aren't like organized into education. Like we can talk to teachers easily, we can talk to principals easily, we can talk to students in classrooms about their experiences semi easily. I guess I'm wondering more about like the college students that either are or not pursuing careers in education. Like how do we know the impact that the blueprint is having on the perception of the career and its ability to attract people into the profession better? So like that pillar two, the pillar two implementation is dependent on making teaching more attractive. And I don't know that we have great ways of deciding or figuring out that we're on the right track for that. What are your thoughts around that?
So Meg, I'm happy to give my 2 cents and then turn it to you again. So thank you for that. And this is a space that I probably could talk for way too long about because it's near and dear to my heart for sure. That's a challenge, right? And so I think there's ways that we could incorporate questions in our surveys as well as in the interviews and focus groups that really get at this, because this is so critical, right? We know that we have a shortage. And so ways to think about, the stakeholders that we engage both in traditional and non-traditional preparation programs, I think are important, as well as thinking about ways to have conversations and grow your own, right? And what can that potentially look like at the district and the district level, as well as the community colleges and the university systems throughout the state. So if you have thoughts and ideas that you want to ensure are represented in surveys and focus groups and interviews, we would love and would love to see that, because I think this is a place where we can learn a lot and it can help to strengthen the blueprint for sure. This is a systems change that needs to happen, right? Very much. Meg, turning to you.
I also think it's important to look for places that are having unexpected success. There may be non-traditional teacher prep programs that can provide an example of how to do it, how to reach groups that don't typically select teaching as a career. And so we can think about thinking not only of the traditional prep programs, but also non-traditional ones that have found a way to get past those barriers and to have recruitment rates that are exceptional and that are examples and promising practices that we could highlight in the evaluation, if that helps.
It does, yeah. I think one of the things that the chair had said a couple meetings ago, like even when we think about all the alternative prep programs that exist throughout the state, even they're all firing on 100, all 8 cylinders, it's still a challenge. So I guess I'd be interested in how we're reaching out to people who haven't already gone down those routes. Like how do we evaluate the public perception of teaching and its desirability outside of the people who've already made that choice?
So that is a really excellent point. In another initiative, not only are we assessing what the initiative is doing and what's happening in local sites, but we're also doing a communication study looking at public perception. That happens to be a justice project, but we've been looking at social media, doing polling and other things to look not only nationally, but also within the sites to look at how maybe in some areas or in some cities or counties, perceptions may be influencing the choice of going into teaching or not, and seeing whether there are changes in perceptions and looking at how there may be an opportunity to add a communication strategy that goes beyond individual recruitment and really looks at who is trying to, one of the key leverages for systems change is changing people's perceptions, changing their narrative about whether example, or teaching is a good thing to go into, for example. So think about that as something that's not program specific, but is crucial and is key to unlocking so many other doors to improving education. I see your hand up.
Yeah, if there are no other questions, I had one sort of non-blueprint question. I spent my entire life in higher education, professional life, and I know University of Chicago quite well. And you're affiliated with them. In what way are you affiliated with them? Are you part of a college? Are you where do you sit in the overall structure of the University of Chicago?
Jen is the VP. I'll let her answer that, but Lennon and I also know the answer. So
I was gonna say, Meg, I'm not sure. My newness to NORC may not be the best person to respond to this.
Historically, we were part of the university. Our board is made up of university leaders, and we are an independent organization at this point. So affiliated very loosely, we're an independent organization, but we have many ties to the university. We do collaborative research with the university. We look to them for subject matter experts. So it's a close relationship, but organizationally, it's only at the board level that we're really tied to them. That helps.
Thank you.
One thing I would add too is we have a department that really, it also draws on faculty that are situated within the university. And so oftentimes, particularly around methods, bringing experts and professors and faculty from the university oftentimes come through our department called the Bridge. Meg, thank you for saving me on that question.
I didn't know that. Some of us get pulled to teach at the university as well, so it kind of goes both ways. So I've taught at the public policy school. It's the back and forth. Laura, I see your hand up.
Yeah. And this really is more of a question for the chair or the executive director. And that is, you asked us some important questions, and I want to make sure that that does not get forgotten. So what will be our process going forward to get them answers?
Sure. So we've already talked about these questions and started thinking about our potential answers to this. So I think what we would do is share that with you all and get your feedback so that we can incorporate any of your thoughts that we may not have anticipated, and then we can share them with the team. I don't see any other questions.
Well, thank you for your presentation. We'll get back with more comments related to the 3 questions that you've asked and provide more details, and hopefully have an opportunity to talk to individual board members as part of that consultation process as we go forward. Thank you very much. I'm very excited about the opportunity to work with you.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the next item, which is the question of the
state agency implementation plans.
Approval. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. And I'm actually going to turn it over to Emma Pellerin, who is the implementation plan director, to talk through this item.
Thank you, Rachel. So yes, our next agenda item is related to the state agency implementation plans. Today, we have a recommendation for approval for the board for the Maryland Higher Education Commission's 2024 Blueprint Implementation Plan. AIB staff have reviewed the implementation plan, the original submission, have provided requests for updated responses to ensure that the updated plan meets the criteria for success, and have subsequently reviewed those updated responses and have found them to meet the criteria for success. And today we are therefore recommending approval of the plan with 2 implementation action requirements that are reflected in the recommendation for approval. And that is also linked in the motion for approval. We did just want to note that the recommended approval does not include the required joint plan on teacher preparation between MSD and MHEC that was submitted recently. And we are reviewing the revisions to the joint plan. I'm sorry, the revised version of the joint plan was recently submitted. And we are reviewing those right now, and we'll be providing any feedback or requests for revision as needed moving forward, but we'll provide updates on that when that's available. I'll also just go ahead and share the motion and the recommendation for approval. You should see that on my screen here. So this is the recommendation for approval that is linked in the motion for approval. You'll see that it follows a very similar format to previous recommendations for approval from the 2023 plans, as well as the consortium's recommendation for approval that you saw in December. We did have 2 implementation actions that we wanted to highlight as part of the recommendation for approval. This is again based off of reviewing the updated responses against the criteria for success and identifying potential areas for growth and improvement, which are also further discussed below. But the 2 implementation actions include aligning post-secondary goals adopted in the updated state plan for post-secondary education with secondary attainment goals already established in the blueprint, and that on or before December 1st, 2025, MHEC will work with MSDE and CTE committee to develop an interagency plan for creating and implementing career pathways, including a timeline for implementation. The recommendation for approval does take you through the whole review process. It provides links to the original submission, as well as the request for revisions and updated responses that were shared with AIB following the request for revisions. It also walks through some of the areas of strength and opportunity that we found in reviewing the plan. Just a few things we wanted to highlight. We really saw the amount of thought and detail that went into creating this implementation plan, as evidenced by the timelines for implementation that were included in almost all of the responses that MHEC provided to us in response to the prompts from the original plan template. We also wanted to highlight the number of implementation challenges and thoughtful suggestions for resolving those implementation challenges that MHEC included in their plan, as well as their updated submission, in addition to thoughtful consideration around critical implementation partners, including other state agencies like MSDE and CTE committee, to help reach the blueprint's expected outcomes. So we want to elevate all of those as real strengths that we're excited to see MHEC move forward with as they continue to implement the blueprint and continue to plan for implementation moving forward. Again, we had some just areas for further growth and improvement that were highlighted as part of the review process. Some of these other things that were not highlighted as implementation requirements or action items, but we still wanted to call out as considerations and recommendations moving forward. This just includes ensuring that any data that's reported is disaggregated by groups, by demographic groups, as well as by content areas for any goals that are set related to completion of teacher preparation programs and other statewide and institutional goals that MHEC plans to set or will support moving forward. So that's captured in here. And you'll also see language around the implementation actions and requirements that we highlighted above, just to provide more context for why those are necessary and why those are really critical to blueprint implementation. But this is all included in the recommendation for approval. So I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has about that recommendation or about MHEC's implementation plan submission.
Are there any questions?
Yes, Dr. Kerwin, I see your hand.
Yes. Could we go back up to the recommendation?
Yes.
So you say that the approval with the following required implementation actions. So would you consider this a sort of conditional approval?
Rachel, did you want to answer that?
Sure, I can, yes. And also, Ms. Detter, actually, do you want to go first?
Sure. I don't think this is conditional. This is incorporating these required actions into their plan.
But
So,
so they're going to have to they're going to have to do something in the future, right?
they are.
And what if they don't meet our expectations?
Then they would be subject to, your additional processes for not meeting expectations.
So it says before develop an interagency plan with MSD and CT before. So they would have to okay, so I guess it just I don't know that we've had approvals before that weren't conditional where people had to do more things.
Conditional approvals are usually based on technical requirements that haven't been met, like signatures or things of that nature. In this case, this is just additional requirements as part of their plan. These are incorporated now into their implementation plan.
Right.
And if they fail, if they were unable to complete them or didn't complete them, then that would be part of our progress monitoring.
So, I mean, for example, with one, align post-secondary goals adopted in the, how will we know whether they've done that?
I'll have to defer to Ms. Heiss.
Because we're going to monitor their implementation of their plan and these required actions that the board is asking them to take. And we will follow up on this and share that information back to the board as part of our, this is kind of as we're moving from the initial phase of implementation and the writing of the implementation plans, which now, as we're moving through, we're done with the LEAs, we're moving through the state agencies. They have their 5-year plans in place. We're not going to ask for new plans again for several years. So now we're going to be monitoring progress.
Excuse me, go ahead.
And so for example, with MHEC, they've identified in their plan various things that they're going to do and what the timeline is for doing them. And as part of the review and approval process, the board, has the ability to, require them to do certain things by certain dates, and that's kind of the whole point of the plans.
Yeah. Well, it just you're very careful and on follow-up and whatnot, but the more we have conditions like this in approvals, is going to be very important to make a note of that and have some established process for going back to check that these things have actually occurred.
Absolutely. And it's not just these things, it's all the things that are in their plan. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, Member Lynch.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank you guys for all the work that you did to analyze this and then to work with MHEC to kind of get this implementation plan to this point where we're here today. I have a couple quick questions. When you talk about aligned post-secondary goals, what does that look like? I think to add on to Vice Chair Kerwin, is that something that would be reflected in an updated document? Is that, like, what are the metrics by which we will be monitoring that and the timeframes of monitoring. And I guess that second part of like, what is our monitoring cadence and what are the metrics that we're looking at is something else that I'm interested in learning more about. And then I have another question, but do you want me to ask them all?
No. Let's take them. So, okay. So, just sort of following up on my response to the vice chair. So there are many things in MHEC's plan that they have, indicated they are going to do over the rest of this year and then fiscal 26 and fiscal 27. And we will be, and this is one of we've started having these conversations with you all, but, we're going to continue to have these conversations, like, for example, the cadence of it, perhaps quarterly, we would be checking in with MHEC and, identifying, these are the things that are, next in your plan that are supposed to be accomplished. Where are you in that process? Are you on time? And also if there are specific metrics that we haven't already identified as part of outcome measures that we need to consider to monitor progress. And then specifically on the first item, and Emma, please correct me, but I believe the MHEC is required to adopt the updated state plan by July of 2026. So there is a timeline for when MHEC will be adopting an updated plan, and so we would be looking to that timeline. I think I'm right, but I might not be, to ensure that there's been some discussion between MSDE, CTE committee, MHEC, and AIB around how we're counting high school students, meeting CCR, meeting the 45% goal for apprenticeships or other industry recognized credentials, to what extent those data points are also part of MHEC's plan.
Thank you. My next question is, were these two items an expectation? Like, were these two items that we would have expected by this point to have been completed? And then I'll ask my third question at the same time. Is there a time frame by which we will publicly come back and review? So if they have to do something by December 2025 or whatever, will we publicly come back and review that? And then is there such thing as removing approval, or does it just then look like not meeting progress? And is there a reason that we have to approve this today if they could potentially come into full alignment within a reasonable time?
I'm not sure I understand the last part there, but these are things that, the first one is definitely, not something that they would have done already because they haven't adopted their updated plan yet. And so not for the first one, but this was part of the question of the guidance or the template that we asked the MHEC to respond to in terms of how they would align. And this is just really giving us the ability to hold them accountable for doing these things as we move into the progress monitoring phase. The second item is something that we've given feedback to all three agencies around the need to move the work forward to develop career pathways. And by setting a deadline, again, it gives us the ability to hold them accountable for, in this case, developing a plan to develop and implement career pathways, by a certain date. Did that help?
Member Lynch, another question?
No, well, I think my last question was,
Okay.
if they do, I'm sorry, the last question that wasn't answered was if this is not, if the expectation is that something is completed by December 2025, what is the process? Is it either, do we come back and say we are removing approval? Is this a progress monitoring? We're saying you are not meeting sufficient progress. What is the process by which we are addressing that if we are giving a specific timeline accountability for that?
So I think that the progress monitoring process is exactly what we're developing now as we move forward, as we move from this, we're approving plans phase to we're monitoring progress and implementing the plans phase. And it's at some level, it's up to the board to determine what you want that to look like. And we're, of course, thinking about it and developing suggestions, recommendations for you all to consider. But ultimately what happens if deadlines are not met is something the board is going to have to decide.
Thank you. And then I have one last question. When you do quarterly monitoring for we're talking about MHECs right now, but for all of these state agency plans, will the board have updates on progress following those progress update meetings so that we are also aware of what that quarterly, how people are making progress on their plans, whichever agency it may be?
Yes, I think that is exactly what we should do. Yes.
Are there any other questions?
If there are no other questions, which I don't see, do we want to, we have a motion prepared. Are we ready to move to the motion? Mr. Chair, would you like Ms. Dutterer to read the motion? You're still muted. You're still muted, but I'm gonna go with yes, please read the motion.
Go ahead and read the motion. Thank you.
Okay. After careful consideration of the recommendations of the AIB staff and based on our own independent review of all documents provided by the Maryland Higher Education Commission, MHEC, the motion is for the board to approve the Blueprint for Maryland's Future 2024 implementation plan submitted by MHEC and to further adopt and incorporate by reference the 2024 Blueprint Implementation Plan recommendation for approval, which is linked with required implementation actions. This motion does not include the required joint plan for teacher preparation and training as set forth in Maryland Annotated Code Education Article 5-404C22 that MSDE and MHEC have resubmitted for review by AIB staff.
Okay, I'm going to recommend approval of the motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, moved and properly second. The question is now before us. The motion is now before us. Any discussion, comments at this point in time? Not? All in favor of the motion as so read, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it. The motion is so approved. Thank you. I think we now turn to you, Ms. Executive Director.
Yes, we just wanted to give a very brief update on the other state agency plans that have not been recommended for approval yet. And so just you can see on the slide there that we provided feedback and requested revisions from MSDE CTE committee and Juvenile Services Education Program. And as we are receiving those revisions, we are reviewing them and if necessary, giving further feedback. So all of those plans are continuing to be in the active review process, and we will bring those to you for approval as soon as we can.
Okay,
All right. So I think we can move on to the next agenda item, which is minimum school funding. So I'm going to start off here, and just as a reminder, the minimum school funding requirements are in the statute, and this was a key provision of the blueprint and a key recommendation of the Kerwin Commission, which is to ensure that targeted funding that is provided to support the education of students is actually following them to their schools and being used to provide supports for those students. And you can see here on the slide that we've just summarized the requirements. Many people refer to this as the 75% requirement. And for most funding formulas, it is a requirement that 75% of the per pupil amount in the formula, which includes the state and the local share of that per pupil amount, is distributed at the school level. And that includes the foundation program, which is the largest funding education program, and then compensatory education. In statute, it's called English learner, but we now refer to it as multilingual learners. Special education, public pre-K, transitional supplemental instruction, TSI, and then a couple smaller programs, comparable wage index, and college and career readiness. So in the statute, 75% of the funding that's provided through those formulas is supposed to follow students to their schools. And then for two other programs, it's actually 100% is to follow students. And that is private providers of full day pre-K, as well as the concentration of poverty grant program, which is all supposed to go to the community school that those students are attending. And you see that note there. Special education in the statute is allowed at the choice of the LEA to be reported either at the school level or in the aggregate at the county level. So that program, LEAs do have the choice of how they report that data. Next slide. So this is just a refresher on the joint policy that AIB and the State Board of Education adopted last year to set out the expectations for LEAs meeting the minimum school funding requirement over the next 3 years. So for fiscal 25, which is the current year, LEAs are expected to make a good faith effort to meet the requirement, and fiscal 25 is our baseline year. For fiscal 26, the upcoming year, and if an LEA does not meet the requirement in 25, then they're required to reduce by at least half the number of students who are attending a school that meets the minimum school funding requirements. So essentially, in fiscal 26, if you haven't met the requirement, in very broad language here, you have to get halfway there for your schools. And the metric that was used for that is not by school, but actually by the number of students being served by those schools. And then in fiscal 27, the requirement is that LEAs are meeting the minimum school funding requirement for all their schools. So that was the 3-year timeline that both boards adopted to give LEAs the time to make the adjustments that they need to make in order to meet the requirement. Next slide.
Rachel, can I just ask a quick question?
Oh,
That was a
yes,
policy.
Member
That was a
Lynch, yes.
policy. I'm sorry. That was a policy that was very recently adopted. What were the requirements prior to that policy?
Can you go back?
Oh, the original policy, you mean?
Yes. Can you just give a 1 to 2 sentence of what it was before this sort of gradual implementation was implemented?
LEAs in the statute, LEAs are in fiscal 25, beginning July 1, 2024, required to report data regarding their allocation and distribution of funds and expenditure of funds at the school level. So essentially,
The expectation was that 100% by FY24, or
25.
just to
that would be fiscal 25. July 1, 2024 is fiscal 25.
Okay.
I have a question also, real quickly. We've seen the FY26 condition before. I've just been thinking about how it would be implemented. So it would mean that some schools that had not, let's say you had 4 schools that had not, and they all, just for the sake of my understanding, they all have the same number of students. So if there were 4 schools that didn't meet the condition in 25, in FY26, 2 of the 4 schools would have to. Is that right?
Yes, if they have the same enrollment.
Yeah.
Yes,
The 2 of the 4
good.
schools would have to. Okay, I get it. So it's not a simple measure because they all don't have the same population. So the calculation as to whether someone will meet this in FY26 will take a little work.
Yes, and actually, we were going to talk about that in a little.
Good. Okay.
In a little bit. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Alex Vernon, our finance director, to cover some of the other slides.
Much, Executive Director Heights. So as part of the minimum school funding requirement, the new financial reporting system that was designed to collect the budget and spending data was developed by MSDE in consultation with the AIB. MSDE contracted with PowerSchool to develop the system, which was required by July 1 of 2023. To ensure that all local education agency users of the system understood the requirements and could navigate PowerSchool effectively, MSDE, in consultation with the AIB, produced the blueprint for Maryland's future fiscal reporting guidelines, which is commonly referred to as the Baby Blue Book. And this guide serves as a tool that provides statute requirements, PowerSchool instructions, mapping between blueprint pillar, program, statute codes, and chart of accounts, along with some best practices and also some frequently asked questions. So the first version of the Baby Blue Book was released in April of 2024 when LEAs gained access to the PowerSchool platform. And then an updated version was released in June of 2024. Next slide. So for fiscal year 2024, this serves as the beta year for financial data collection, reporting, and validation. And there were several LEAs that were a pilot group for testing the data and dashboards. So again, all LEAs received access to the system in April of 2024. There are 4 LEA level files required for uploading data into PowerSchool. It's the school name, the chart of accounts crosswalk, LEA and school level revenue by source, and LEA and school level expenditures. So all 4 files must be submitted annually, and the revenue expenditure files are submitted monthly. So for our current fiscal year, 2025, this serves as the baseline year for monthly financial reporting. The LEAs began reporting their data as of July 1, 2024, and then monthly reporting is due on the 15th of the month after close of the prior month. So, for example, the March data would be due by April 15th. And then the final fiscal year 2025 expenditure data is due by October 15th of this year. And next slide. So for a little deeper dive into the expenditure monitoring, MSDE is required to submit to the AIB the use of school level expenditures in the current fiscal year. And the AIB then uses this report to determine to the extent to which LEAs are on track to meet the minimum school level funding requirements. The first report submitted by MSDE includes school level budget and expenditures reported by LEAs for the period of July 1, 2024 through November 30th, 2024. And both the AIB and MSDE identified a need for additional analysis of this preliminary school level expenditure data. So APA Consulting, one of AIB's strategy leads for our resource allocation technical assistance grants, conducted the analysis and will be presenting their findings a little bit later. And then, so again, the baseline year for fiscal 2025 data will be used as the comparison point for measuring LEA progress on meeting the minimum school funding requirements. Next slide. Historically, yeah, thank you. Historically, LEAs reported fiscal data at the district level by major state categories and state and local funds combined. So this new system required a new chart of accounts and crosswalk to be developed, which naturally led to some challenges. LEAs had to make considerable changes to their fiscal account structures, methodologies, and procedures for budgeting, reporting expenditures, not only to additions of categories, programs, locations, objects, and sub-objects, but also enhancing current financial systems with the ability to add and change coding. LEAs also reported some issues with coding and uploading multiple LEA data files to PowerSchool, which for the most part now have been resolved or in the process of being resolved. So 4 LEAs were not included in MSD's report due to these challenges and the timing of the report. And then PowerSchool issues aside, the AIB understands the complex transformative nature of the work required to meet the blueprint's objective and is able to provide support to LEAs and local governments through AIB's Technical Assistance Grant Program. To date, 21 LEAs are participating in the resource allocation portion of the grant program. Our resource allocation partners provide expertise in resource allocation, strategic budgeting, and multi-year forecasting, and are working closely with our LEAs, providing technical assistance to ensure school and LEA allocations and spending are aligned with the minimum school funding requirement. From among the partners, AIB identified co-strategy leads to develop and share informational materials and support collaboration, professional learning, and problem solving among LEAs, county governments, strategic partners themselves, and us, the AIB, which has been instrumental in reinforcing the blueprint goal of using resources to support Maryland student achievement. So, yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So I just want to understand the timeline a little bit. So the law passed in 2021, which was when sort of theoretically this expectation became law. When was PowerSchool actually live and running? Because if in FY24, the reporting structure was required, I'm sort of wondering, has Power School always been around? Is this new in some way? Where does that fit into this from 2021 to 2024 timeline?
Alex, do you want me to answer that?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So the Power School has not been around, and districts did not report. They report their data at the LEA level to MSD historically, and continue to do that. The school level reporting required a new system. And so the statute required MSDE in collaboration or consultation with AIB to develop the system by July 1st, 2023. So that's so July 1, 2023 is fiscal 24. And then during fiscal 24, that was sort of what we call like the beta year of testing the system, and some small group of LEAs helped do that. And then the entire Power School system was opened up to all LEAs in spring of 24, April, I believe. And then they were all asked to upload a fiscal 24 file to see to work out the kinks. And then as I said before, beginning July 1st, 2024. No, I know, but they were parked out there. Michaela, can you mute yourself? Thank you. By July 1 of 2024, then that is when the reporting requirement in statute began as for fiscal 25.
Okay.
So that's the timeline. And we actually have a chart that we could share that lays that out.
Yeah,
I'm just visually.
I'm just trying to figure out the runway a little bit. And then my second question is, I noticed that 21 LEAs are participating in the resource allocation grant program. Was that grant program open to all 24 LEAs?
Yeah.
And was there an application process by which some were not selected, or did they self-select not to participate?
They self-selected. So this was part of phase 2 of the technical assistance grants. And we opened up the applications to participate in about almost a year ago, last spring. And every LEA was welcome to apply for all of the various types of grants, including resource allocation. 20 asked to participate. And since then, there's been one more that has joined and is now participating. And it's actually still open. We've made, as LEAs have encountered challenges, those that are not participating, we have continued to offer that as additional assistance. And they're also able to participate in some of the community of practice and some of the technical assistance work that the other LEAs are receiving as part of the grant.
So any school district who maybe originally chose not to participate, but right now is having trouble meeting these guideline expectations, still has the opportunity to receive this technical assistance that may help them come into compliance with this law.
Yes.
Thank you.
Member Robinson, I think your hand was up next.
Yeah, actually, that last part of the conversation, what I was going to ask. So I noticed that 4 LEAs were not included in the report due to some challenges, and I was wondering, like, were those LEAs, do they have the option if they hadn't already joined, and for the technical assistance, they have that option? But hearing you now, that sounds good. Have any of those 4, are they now seeking technical assistance if they weren't already? Or were they all already seeking resource allocation technical assistance? The word, a mouthful.
It's a brain twister. Okay, so,
Or I guess.
sorry, what was that?
I'm gonna say, who were the 4 LEAs? That's probably the first question that were not included.
So the 4 LEAs that were not included in the report, is that the question?
Yes.
And not, okay. So Montgomery was not included for budget data. They were included for expenditure data. And when APA goes through their analysis, this might make more sense, but Montgomery was not included in the budget data because they did not submit budget data at the school level. And then 3 districts were not included in the expenditure data at the school level. And those were Kent, Queen Anne's, and Garrett.
And
of those 4, Garrett is the only district that is not currently participating in the TA grant. Alex, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I will say, Queen Anne's, I think initially did not participate and then chose to participate. And then we also recently, the most recent LEA that joined the TA grant program is Carroll County.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Kerwin.
Yes. This has obviously been quite a challenge for all of the LEAs to implement this new financial reporting system. My question is, where are they now? I mean, can we say the system is fully implemented and they know how to use it effectively, or are we still in some instances in a challenging environment for them?
Could we actually hold that question
Sure.
until after APA presents its
Absolutely.
analysis? I think
Yes.
that will shed some light and then
Great. Okay, that's fine.
okay. If there aren't any other questions at the moment, I think we could turn it over to APA to provide their presentation. And I think Michaela is going to share her screen.
Yes. Can everyone see my screen? And I have it in present though.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Hopefully it works. If the slides do not move as I start moving into the agenda, can someone please let me know? I had that problem last week. So, hi everyone. Hello, Chair and members of the board. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Michaela Tonking. I am with APA Consulting. I also have Justin Silverstein on the call with me, who many of you may know. And we did the analysis for the minimum school funding. We're also the strategic lead, one of the strategic leads on the resource allocation piece. And so that is the role that we're currently playing right now. So in this presentation, we're going to talk about, briefly go over a lot of the stuff that Rachel just went over, the minimum school funding requirements, what the timeline looks like. We will talk about the data that was used for the analysis and then how we analyzed that data. And then we will talk about the 2 analyses we performed, which Rachel spoke about, the budget analysis and the expenditure analysis. Okay. Starting at the minimum school funding requirements. So the law establishes minimum school funding at either the 75% or 100%, depending on the program, of the per pupil amount. And down here we have in this table the 75% programs, and those are things like special education, pre-K, college career readiness, and multilingual learners. You can see that in the parentheses, we put in these acronyms. Those are what we use for the tables so that the tables could fit on a slide. So it's a good reference slide to come back to. But on what those each stood for. And then the two 100% programs are concentration of poverty grant and then the private provider portion of the full day pre-K. And the asterisk you will see next to special education on all of the tables we will show, and that is what Rachel had spoken to, that special education may be reported in the aggregate for each county. Okay, so to talk about the policy again, AIB and the State Board of Education adopted the joint policy. We are in FY25, and that is very much the baseline year. All LEAs are expected to make their best effort to meet the requirements, but knowing that we are still in that baseline original year. By FY26, each LEA who has not reached the MSF level in a particular program at a particular school will have to be moving with 50% of the number of students within the district, getting closer to that. And I will talk a little bit about where we are on that, and that's something that we are working with strategic partners to help LEAs start to think a little bit about at our next community practice meeting. And I'll talk to you about that in the next step slides. And then in FY27, all LEAs should demonstrate that they can reach that MSF level per pupil for all students at every one of their schools. And I would say that we are seeing, and you'll see in our analysis, that everyone is trying to move in that direction, and we will highlight how that is going.
And Michaela, just quickly,
yes.
there was a comment in the chat, just that, yes, baseline for reporting, not baseline for compliance. And that's exactly right. This is the starting off with the baseline reporting, the baseline number, though that will then be used for the calculations in 26 and 27.
Thanks. Great. Thank you, Justin. And so just to kind of frame some of the analysis, so we presented this analysis last week to the CFOs and received some feedback, as well as to other strategic partners, or other strategic partners also presented this data to their LEAs. The LEAs saw it at a school level. We were talking though about it at a state level. And so here's just some framing of where things were to understand. This is also taken, some of this language is also taken out of the MSDE letter of their report. So again, this is the first time that many districts have been implementing school level reporting. And so this required massive changes to their fiscal account structures, their methodologies, and their procedures. And a lot of districts had to create a new chart of accounts, and then also then crosswalk that new chart of accounts into this system and to get it to align with their old system. As was also mentioned, PowerSchool is a new system. So especially in the beginning, districts had some issues with either uploading their data and ensuring that their data was coded correctly, and just some technical glitches that we all know that exist when you start to use a new form of financial software. And then districts must, this is again the baseline year, so every district must be giving their best effort to meeting the MSF, and it's the first year of that reporting. And then this data pool that we're going to be looking at is analyzed from early in a fiscal year. So it's pulled, and I'll talk a little bit more about it on the next slide, but it's pulled from November 30th, 2024. And knowing that a lot of expenditures have not yet really begun to be incurred, and expenditures across schools are not uniform month to month. So there's a lot of other things that can exist in there, timing of when invoices come, as well as what types of programs you're offering and when those programs occur, such as summer school is another good example, and we'll talk a little more about that. So the data that we used was provided to us by AIB. AIB received it from MSDE, and it was pulled from PowerSchool. So a nice telephone of data. But the data is from July 1st to November 30th, 2024. And this is the poll that is stated in statute. And so that's why it's pulled for this date. And we'll talk a little about that. And then the data was broken out into 5 columns. So your first column is the total program, and that is all of the dollars that were received for each program by each school. The next is the 5-234 or the MSF. And this is the amount that the 75% is amount that is assigned to each of these school programs. It is 100% assigned for concentration of poverty grant and private provider full day pre-K. So they did that math there. The budget. So this was the amount that districts put in for their budget per school by program. And this would allow us to see, did districts budget for the MSF in their schools? And we'll talk about that. There's what's called a calculated benchmark. And this is the amount of dollars that each district is calculated to spend at each school by program as of November 30th. We use this as a 30% amount. And so what we're saying is by November 30th, the calculated amount that schools should be spending is around 30%. And that's thinking of it as a 10-month school year and the first 3 months of it. And the reason we did it that way is because we heard a lot of feedback that July and August, a lot of the big payroll isn't run yet because a lot of your teachers and a lot of your in-school staff is more on that 10-month contract. And so really you're not seeing a lot of big payments until the middle of September. And so that was where that ended up being 30%. And then the last column is actual spend. And this is the amount of dollars that each district has spent at each school for each program as of November 30th. And so really we can see, does their calculated what they should have spent? Does it match what they actually spent? And that was analysis. We'll talk a little bit more when we get the expenditure section, but just kind of framing what these columns, how these columns work together.
Michaela,
Yes,
I have a question.
of course.
So you've made you and Rachel have both made the point that the amount of money being spent is going to change over the course of a school year. And so maybe this is a question for you, Executive Director Heiss. What is the requirement of the blueprint? Is it a snapshot in any one month they have to be spending 75%, or is it the result at the end of the year? And you're on mute.
So ultimately it is at the end of the year. And so the report, MSDE in consultation with AIB, we're requiring them to report monthly so that we can monitor along the way. And there is a reporting requirement midway through the year that MSD is required to report to AIB on school level expenditures. So that's also why the monthly reporting.
So a school
but ultimately, we won't have all the data for the fiscal year. We won't even have it on June 30th at the end of the fiscal year because there's a closeout process.
Right.
So that we really will not have all of the final data for fiscal 25 until October 15th of 25.
So in theory, a school could be out of compliance for many months, but end up being in compliance because they had a high spend at the latter part of the year, something like that. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yes. And I think we're going to get to some examples of certain types of spending that really are probably going to happen later in the year, including like summer school.
Gotcha. We have other questions.
I see that. I just wonder, if the questions are up to this point, we can definitely take them, but I just wonder if we could get through the slide because it might answer your questions. But absolutely, if it's something for now, please ask. Everybody sure?
Right. Yeah.
Okay,
if it's something on how this data works, we can talk about that, but we'll show you. Thank you. Okay. So the next thing is the process for the data analysis. So APA worked jointly with AIB and MSDE to create an analysis plan, and we performed 2 different analyses. We did a budget data analysis using that budget data I spoke about on the last slide, and an expenditure data analysis. The analysis for the budget identified if districts budgeted for the MSF for each program at the school level, and if they did not meet that goal, how far away were they from meeting that metric? And then we did the very similar analysis on the expenditure data side. We analyzed, identified if districts were actually meeting the MSF expenditures that were aligned with their calculated benchmark, so 30% of the MSF. And then if they were not meeting that, how far were districts from that goal? So we could kind of see the range of where districts were falling. It is important to note, and you'll notice this when you see the tables, that this analysis did not include the CWI and the career counseling. It was brought to our attention that a lot of these dollars will be allocated at the end of the year, and it would have kind of made it look very lumpy on the back end of those ones. So we are flagging that you will not see those in this analysis. So we'll start with the budget analysis. I just want to give some district feedback that we received last week from districts and through our conversations on what was going on with the budget, so you have some context. So some of the difficulties that districts faced is the budget data is submitted earlier. And so many districts are still finishing their coding, updating their chart of accounts. And so that's why there might be some variances that are occurring within their budget. Other districts were much more focused on getting their expenditure data right versus the budget, since the law is really around expenditures, not budget data. But we will discuss and we did to them as well, discuss the importance of having good budget data, especially in the upcoming years. And then another thing is the timeline of receiving the 2024 baby blueprint. There was some uncertainty on coding of certain areas, so districts received that a little later than expected and hadn't fully finished coding. So for the budget analysis, we're going to look at it at two lenses. We're going to look at it by district, and then we're going to roll all the schools up to the state level, and that will be our next table. There were 4 districts that did not report any budget data and therefore are not included in the numbers that you see in the tables below. Districts were grouped into funding category based on the category where majority of their schools fell. So districts is a little harder because we can't put them in 4 different buckets. They had to fall into one bucket. And so that's how we decided that. There are 4 columns. The first column is the number of districts that are meeting the MSF. So the number of districts that are budgeting for the MSF at their school by these programs. The next one is the number of districts that are halfway or closer to meeting that MSF. So they've at least got about 50% of, like, for example, in school A, they've budgeted their foundation at like 57%. So they're getting there, but they're not fully there. The third is the number of districts a quarter or halfway to meeting MSF. As you can see, a lot of districts didn't fall into this. And then that last column is the number of districts or less than a quarter of the way to meeting the MSF. And so we're really going to talk a little bit in this analysis about the first and last column, because I think those are a little bit more telling. But in the budget, we see that foundation, special education, CBG, concentration of poverty, and TSI, that really 50%, and comp ed, 50% or more of the districts are meeting that budgeting requirement, which is a good lens. The areas where we're not seeing it as much is really around CCR. ML is really spread out across every single one of those columns, and then TSI. If we look at it by school, so same caveat that 4 districts, their schools were not included in this, so they will not be swaying any of these percentages. You're still seeing the same thing. You're seeing foundation, special education, concentration of poverty, and TSI really being those areas where schools have budgeted to meet the MSF. But we are seeing, like, again, CCR, pre-K is another one to highlight, and ML, where we're not seeing as much of them budgeting to meet that MSF. And so we spoke about what is the importance of the budget data, since it's not explicitly called out. The importance is it really is used for AIB to help assess, and the community to help assess if districts are on track and have a plan to meet the MSF. we have informed districts that there's no need to get the better FY 2025 budget data in, but really to spend their time and focus on putting in their FY 2026 budget data to show that they have a plan to meet the program goals at each of their schools. And then, as I mentioned, what we saw is the lowest percentage of districts and schools budgeted at MSF in CCR, ML, and pre-K. Those are our big areas. And then I can move to the expenditure analysis I have a question.
Can we just pause? Because I think there's just gonna be, I know, Rachel, you want to wait, but I feel like there's just like a lot here. Is it okay to like pause at the end of the budget analysis and ask questions, and then again at the expenditure analysis? Can I ask a question?
Yes. Yes.
So I'm trying to follow some of the timelines and some of the work here, because in July of 2024, in July 2024, they are getting, in July 2024, they are starting their FY25 budget, correct? Right. And July and 2024 is when everybody was supposed to be starting to report, which means that in fall of 2023, LEAs had to start to make their budget for that July start date, because it has to go through a process of being approved and sent to their county governments, their local governments, and all of that. So there's a whole process by which local school boards approve that budget that starts in July much, much earlier in the year, usually finalized sometime around like December-ish. They have to have staffing schedule, like they have to sort of know what's going on, because they have to be able to set staffing schedules and everything else. So I'm a little bit confused about why we don't have more budget, like the budget analysis part. If LEAs were expected that as of July 1st, they would be sending this funding to follow the students to the schools, they would have had to have been thinking about it, because they would have had to have start to think about, what ESOL teachers do I need to go where? What special ed teachers do I need to go where? What additional resource money do I need to go where? What does each individual school budget need to look like? All part of a budgeting process. So, like, I know the focus was on expenditures, which I think is interesting, because I'm not sure how you create a budget or do staffing if you don't know what you're going to spend or where these people are going to go. And I guess it's not really a question. I think I'm just surprised at the low rate of sort of having a sense of what you would be doing with this money as you are crafting a budget and sending it to your local governments and saying, this is what I need, because they say, I need 12 more special ed teachers. I need 26 more pre-K teachers. Like, that has been identified. And so I'm unclear of why that level of analysis is provided to local governments, but hasn't been established in this budget process.
Well, I guess, and Michaela and Justin, feel free, but I think the issue is the coding of their budget data. It's maybe not so much the thinking about it, although I think there are challenges there too, but it's the coding, of which I am not an expert. So let me ask Justin or Michaela to say more.
I agree. Oh, go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. I think in with the expenditure side, you absolutely see that even in the first 3 months, really, they were allocating dollars to a lot of these programs. But even then, there's just some account coding pieces when you think of people, they weren't, you didn't necessarily have a teacher coded as a comp ed teacher in a specific way going to a specific school in the old systems. That's both on the budget side and the expenditure side. So, right, they were building kind of as, they were building this during that same time to make sure they could get that coded correctly. It's getting better, and everyone we're working with feels better about the process. And so again, there was also the emphasis on making sure this was going to that coding was going to be correct on expenditure side, which is where they'll be held accountable long term, versus budget side in the initial iteration. And so I think you see, better information coming out of the expenditure side for more of the districts because that was the initial focus. You'll see on our slide, kind of our next slide, one of the emphasis we have is we also need good budget data long term because these early data pulls, the budget data really will be the better indication of how well this is going because the November 30th poll doesn't tell us a lot about what the kind of the final expenditure will be.
And just
Member Stapleton?
yeah, just so I can add to Jennifer's timeline in her head, the baby blue book didn't come out until April of 2024.
Correct.
Right. So that budgets that they were talking about in fall of 2023, they couldn't even talk about them in terms of the coding that's going to go into the new system.
Okay, next slide.
Great, I will move on. Okay, so expenditure analysis. We again spoke to the CFOs and got feedback from districts on just some of the big bucket things that go along with the expenditure data. And in the first poll, that were some of the difficulties that these districts ran into. So the first area is data may not have up-to-date coding from districts. So as districts got more and more familiar with this system and really started to understand how to add in their numbers and how to put it in, they've changed some of their coding and adapted some of their mechanisms. Some districts were well ahead of this and were good right away in July, but others were following up and trying to get to that spot. The big conversation that we talked about at the beginning is dollars are not uniformly spent across the school year. So for example, especially like ones to highlight are comp ed and concentration of poverty. Those dollars could possibly be getting used on things like summer school or things that are really going to occur maybe later in that year. And so you're not going to see many of those dollars quite being spent quite yet at some of the schools that plan on doing that. And then a big one we learned about that will explain what you'll see in CCR as we look through that college and career readiness piece is really the timing of when invoices are paid and services incurred. This was a big one we heard about because you'll see this really bimodal look between a lot of districts and their concentration or in their career and college readiness area. And really what's causing that is they may be using third party group to provide some of that, either like a college, dual enrollment, that type of thing, and they're not getting billed until December or January. So those expenses will not have been coded yet, as well as AP tests and a lot of that testing type of work that also is going to occur much later in the year. So just wanted to flag that too for some reference when you look at these tables. So the expenditure analysis. We have one district that did not have any expense data by school, by program in the data set, but everyone else did. We did not include that district again in this table below. And then the districts were grouped the same way as in the budget by whatever funding category where majority of their schools fell. There are 4 different columns here to look at, and it's just a little bit different. So the first one is the number of districts 10% or less from meeting the calculated benchmark. So we didn't want to have it be that they had this fast on off if they met it, because as we talked about, there is some non-uniformity with expenditures. And so we gave them that 10% buffer. So basically, if their actual spend was 90% or higher of the calculated benchmark, then they fell into this bucket. In the second one, it was districts that were 11% to 50% away from meeting the calculated benchmark. The third area was the number of districts 51% to 89% away from meeting the calculated benchmark. And that last column is districts 90% or more away from meeting that calculated benchmark. So either they didn't allocate any dollars or they were pretty far away from where they should be at that time. It does actually align pretty similarly to the budget data. We do see higher percentages though here. So you can see that people definitely spent a little bit more time coding that expenditure data than they had been able to with their budget data. Again, foundation, special education are meeting that criteria with majority of the districts really there. And then pretty close on the TSI. And then we're seeing start to stagger around comp ed pre-K. And then the areas to really look at here is CCR, which we've talked a lot about. So I think that one's a little bit explained on what's happening there. ML, as I think we've heard for a while, that one is definitely a struggle, both budgeting and expenditure wise. And then we're seeing the same thing with some pre-K and comp ed, especially as well. So, or sorry, not comp ed, concentrations of poverty grant. And then if we look at that expenditure analysis by school, same idea. We rolled it up at the state level, but took all the schools. Again, the schools in that one district are not included in this table below. And it does look very similar to the budget. It actually looks a little, or very similar to the district roll-up. It does look a little cleaner. So you are still seeing the same thing with foundation and special education. We're seeing pre-K also be one that they're really starting to allocate those expenditures to meet their calculated benchmark. And then comp ed is closer as well. But again, your big areas to look at are CCR, concentration of poverty, and ML. And so again, just a reminder, the data from FY25 is used to set that baseline for FY26. And then in FY26, districts must have 50% more of their students reaching that MSF. So this will really begin to show us where districts are. And to the point that was made earlier, we can see as we get to the year-end poll, we could see huge shifts in what people are doing and what's happening. And we've even heard, even in the few months, that districts think that their data would look cleaner. So there's that. And then as I highlighted on the last slide, CCR, concentrations of poverty, and ML are really those lowest lowest percentages to that calculated benchmark. And I explained the CCR. So I see there's a question, Member Stapleton.
Yep, I have two questions. One is, so there was pilot data, the FY 2024 data were available. Were you able to look at that assumption of 30% for the November poll, just to get the MSF at the November time, that percentage with the percentage at the end of the year, just to give some sort of correlation?
We don't have a full year of data
Okay.
from
All right.
for 24.
And then the second question I have is more policy. And I apologize for not knowing this, is there supposed to be a November poll where we evaluate, where there will be evaluated on their MSF at that point, or will we be waiting for end of year?
It's not an evaluation, but in the statute, MSDE has to submit a report to AIB on the use of school level expenditures. And based on the timing of that report is due in January, so they would do the poll in December, and the November data is due by December 15th. So it's just the nature of the timing of when the report is due and how much data is available that MSD can provide us in that report. However, as part of progress monitoring, we have AIB will have the ability to look at the data, not just within that report that MSDE shares. And then we want to pull, Michaela's mentioned a few times that the data hopefully will look better, more recent data. And so we want to definitely do another poll towards the end of the fiscal year. And then we'll do a final poll after October 15th when they've actually finished closeout and have their final fiscal 25 data. And that I think would be the data after October 15th that we would do an analysis, similar and other analysis of that data to determine which districts have met, which districts have not met the requirement in 25.
Yeah, it seems problematic to use November pull of data. I mean, I think going forward, and if this requires change in legislation, I mean, reporting off the budget for MSDE reporting in January off the budget, and then we get the fiscal year pull of expenditures after the end of the fiscal year. But I'll put my hand down.
I think we could also ask, I mean, if it isn't a statutory change, we could also ask MSD to do that, and we also can do that ourselves. So yeah. And that is why, and Michaela mentioned this too, why we want to make sure that start for fiscal 26 and moving forward, that budget data is uploaded and available, because that's really going to be our best indicator until we have enough actual expenditure data. Yep. I think Vice Chair Kerwin is next.
Yes. Real quick, Michaela, I know everybody was really stressed bringing in what is this school? What's the new software? The new budget
Power
software?
School. Power School.
How would you assess their comfort and facility in using this software at this point?
I would say it is very variable depending on the district. I think some districts can pull reports and feel very confident on what numbers are in there, how those numbers are in there. I would say that others are on the other extreme where they aren't sure how to pull reports. They're not sure exactly how those enrollment numbers or certain numbers get put in. So I would say it's definitely very variable. I would also say Power School is a new system. So even in our conversations, and I've made a list of it so that we have them, there's just places where there's just some issues with what Power School pulls out. And so just making sure we can flag that for them and fix it. So there's always a little bit of bugs also, but I would say districts are a little all over the place.
Should we, would it be wise to have some training for these districts that are not very adept at using it? I mean, do they need some additional support? I'm not sure where it would come from, but would training be helpful?
And I'm not sure, it might be just some more one-on-one training, because I think everyone's issues are a little different on what's happening in Power School. I also think, and I think Power School has been working with MSDE and the districts as well. I just think because everyone's financial systems are also a little different, getting everything uploaded, depending on the size of your district, has been a bit of a challenge too. And so just trying to get all those bugs worked out. But
okay.
I do, yeah.
It's very troubling that two of our at promise categories are ones where we are furthest from compliance. That's very disheartening. So just an observation. I guess my next question is, and you may not feel comfortable answering it, and I will understand that, but you probably know more about this than anyone on the planet right now. And would you say that how heavy a lift is it going to be for most districts, let's say 80%, to be in compliance in FY26?
To be fully in compliance or have met
the
the
requirement
50?
for FY26.
Yeah.
50% of the way there.
Justin?
Yeah, that's a big question, Vice Chair. I think there's steps, right? I think the districts really want to understand exactly how the 50% is going to be measured, and so they're going to want to see the data and when it'll be pulled. I think as we walk through this, and Rachel, I think we've talked a lot about it, like just the timelines are difficult, right? Final budget data is coming out in the middle of October. So that's when, you can actually have the official baseline set, and they've already set their budgets, right? So I think there's always going to be just timeline challenges, but I think having worked with a lot of the districts and getting to talk to them quite frequently, it's absolutely on their radar, and they're going to work towards it. I think going back to your comment about the two at promise categories that, seem pretty far off, I think some of that at least is just the coding. And I think if we pull it further in the year, they're going to look much better, right? More districts are going to have a better sense. So as they get better at coding, like folks understand the theory of action of the blueprint, that, they're working towards it. And that's happening on one, with folks who are dealing with instruction and getting things happening in schools. And then you have, kind of your accounting side that has to figure out how to get that put into the system so it gets reflected. So I am confident they're going to work towards it. I am also confident there'll be places where folks struggle and in certain programs where I think more districts struggle. And so I do think this data is an indicator of the programs where it will be harder, just because it's just been harder generally. But I think when you think of the overall, we actually, even in talking to districts, I think folks felt pretty good. They're like, oh, this data is better than we thought it might be, right? It's we're getting closer than we can, and especially in the big programs, we're getting there. And now we've got to figure out our coding and our staffing to get the rest of the way there.
And I'll also add to that districts found even this lens, like they were closer than they thought. And the ones that they were further away, I've had like good caveats of people who think, oh, I need to check and make sure we're actually coding that at the multilingual down to the school level. I think it's still sitting up in our district in some of these. And so it was a good like moment to remember that there are some of these other pieces they just have to recode. And so I think they felt pretty strong. And it was also a good area for them to look at and be like, oh, I wonder what's going on in our concentration of poverty schools, and just to check in and make sure they kind of understood exactly where everyone was sitting. So I think this was helpful for them to really level set where they were and how they were going to get there.
If I can just chime in on that. So AIB, we did ask all of the strategic partners to share their LEAs data, their analysis with their LEAs that they're working with, and to go over it with them and talk to them about what is going on. So we all have a better understanding. And Michaela is describing some of, that process and how it's helping them, to hopefully make more progress. So I wanted to share that. I also want to, as part of sort of Dr. Kerwin, your question earlier, Power School does provide training to the LEAs, and they also work with individual LEAs that are having challenges, particularly with the uploading. So that is happening. And MSD also does work with individual LEAs to try to help them with their challenges in terms of reporting into Power School. But I think obviously more of that needs to continue.
Thank you.
Member Manko.
Maybe going to be pretty similar to the last response that you gave to Dr. Kerwin, but I'm curious, especially from your perspective as working on the kind of technical assistance on the resource allocation, like as you've worked with these LEAs, how much of the challenge is just a function of like they need more time and this is a muscle that they haven't utilized before, that they're like working to, as time goes on, they'll get better and it'll get exercised more, versus like actual functional barriers? Like, are there, as you've been deep in this work, are there functional things that are just that it doesn't matter how much time or how much practice, or if they've gone through and figured out the coding, that are still going to be pretty insurmountable? And how, if there are, how did those get surfaced and how did those get dealt with?
Yeah, so I think to your question, and I'll have Justin and Rachel chime in too after, but I think for most districts, it is just getting there, getting the time. They're on the right track. They're really starting to make those like coding changes and that structural change, and they're getting that way. And it's hard. I think it was brought up, in something that our districts have said to us is, we're seeing this data, but we're already doing our budget data for that next year. So trying to keep track of all those. So it's just that timing is a little bit compounded in that timeline sense, but a lot of them are really moving in that direction. I think there are a few that may feel as though it is insurmountable and difficult to do. And I think they're starting to work with their strategic resource partners and starting to really uncover, okay, where are those issues occurring? And maybe there are alternative ways to think about it to start to get them in that direction and start to really follow the theory of the blueprint. But I would say most districts, at least that we are working with, are heading in the right direction. It's just getting them over the hurdle of learning how to report it all, get all the coding done, and making sure that they're making the good strategic changes that they need to be making, especially this budget cycle.
Thanks.
Justin, did you have anything
No,
to add?
I would say I would go right with that. I think there are again certain programs where folks are where districts are, you know, it's going to take them a little bit more time to really identify how to move those dollars, and then kind of where you started as a district and kind of your level of somewhat equitable kind of distribution more related to needs populations, I think is part of the timeline issue, right? Like and then distances and how well can you actually flex staff moving from one place to another, like, you know, all of those things are different for every district. And so, but again, I don't think, you know, we are not working with any districts individually or personally or like, no, this is impossible, right? It's going to happen and it's going to take time. But there are, I think for every district, a different like specific piece that's just going to be harder for them. And then that's where they can work with partners and with the other districts and say like, how'd you overcome that?
And I would just add, I think in some of our smaller districts that have very small fiscal staff, and or have had turnover, there has been some turnover in CFOs, particularly in the districts that's also, you know, again, for specific LEAs, part of the challenge in the short term, at least. But that's why we have our technical assistants so that we can support that work, and give them more capacity to make the changes that they need to make. I think one thing that we've heard from all of the strategic partners is that in their work with their districts, that that changes are happening this year and are planned for next year, but that the more strategic, systemic changes that they've been working with them on will happen in 27. So that's just something that I thought was very interesting. Makes a lot of sense in terms of the timing of when you're budgeting and then putting it into action. And it also kind of, you know, confirmed the policy that the board set around providing that 3-year runway to meet the requirement.
Okay, how are we shaped up on any other questions there before us?
I see there's one more
Okay.
question from Member Lynch.
Executive Director Heiss, can you clarify that last statement for me? So I'm really disheartened because we have over 112,000 multilingual learners in this state. And so it is concerning to me that, and that's just one of the populations that doesn't, on this initial analysis, seem to have funding budgeted or flowing in a way that it should be budgeted or flowing. And the law was passed in 2021. And so I would hope that strategic planning to start to do that would have started in 2021, even if reporting wasn't going to be required until 2025, 26, 27, that districts would have started from the very beginning to start to do that strategic shift. Because I think when we look at what we have to do to make a difference for children, we can't do that. The whole point of the blueprint is that these funds are very specifically following students. So as we look at budget challenges, as districts are facing budget challenges, it is not surprising if we do not get the results that we expect, because in fact, the money is not flowing and being used in the way that it is intended to be used. I'm encouraged to hear that perhaps this is coding and this is a new system and we are just getting up to speed on with new systems, which are always really difficult and things never talk to each other well. And so I'm encouraged. I would hope then that even if this year was difficult as a learning year, that next year, the expectation, especially given how long the blueprint law has been in effect, that we would see most of our school districts be able to come into compliance with ensuring that those dollars are moving as they are intended to move. And so I just wanted a little bit of clarity on that. And then the other thing that I wanted a little clarity on is we had in this data, there were in each situation about 4 schools that had no data. And it sounds like it's some technical issues. And I just want to make sure that we're really accelerating that process of having those school districts come into compliance, and that we're strongly encouraging them to participate in technical assistance, so that they can come into compliance. If they have not chosen that already, I hope that they do go back and choose that, because it sounds like it has been helpful for those who have received it.
Yes, and we have had that conversation with, in fact, the superintendent in Garrett County earlier this week, and are hopeful that they will participate and welcome the assistance. In terms of your first question, what I was saying is that based on working with their strategic partners, I don't disagree with you about, what ideally would have happened before that time, but the strategic partners have been working with their districts since sort of late summer, and in the time that they've been working with them, they've been able to help them think differently, as well as do the coding and that kind of, think about the coding. And so in terms of the more, I mean, as you pointed out, like coding and those kinds of things are sort of, I know it's a heavy lift, so I don't mean it like it's not hard work, but it's like the low hanging fruit. The harder work is, once you've got all your coding right, actually shifting the resources, and those kind of systemic changes, I think we'll see more significantly in 27, based on the feedback that we're getting from their work with their LEAs, as they in 27 is the year in which full compliance is expected. But they still, based on the policy for fiscal 26, they have to get halfway there.
I would certainly hope that by fiscal 27, everybody's able to be in compliance strategically and in coding. Just given that these funds have been flowing to these schools for these very specific purposes to support students, and we want to make sure that in a really expedited manner that we get them there.
Thank you. All right, we need to move on to our next item unless there's something else we need to add to this. Okay.
I think,
No.
yeah, we just had this next step slide, but I think you kind of covered it, Rachel, in the answer you gave on what we were doing around strategy. So I think we're perfect.
Thank you, Michaela and Justin.
Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure.
Very helpful session. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if we can share the draft, the waiver policy that we have for consideration. This is just some background and sort of a summary of the waiver process that that we've shared with you all. So I'll just hit the highlights here, and then if we want to share screen with the more detailed information. But so as you know, the AIB is required to adopt a process where the LEAs can request greater flexibility in meeting these minimum school funding requirements. The statute identifies specific reasons that an LEA may request flexibility around significant shifts in enrollment, both all students and at-promise students at the school level. as well as shifts in funding related to the shifts in enrollment. Um, and the draft policy was shared with the board and everyone last month. That included certain provisions related to those items I just discussed, as well as a another provision that would allow the LEAs to request flexibility for other reasons, and sort of information that would have to be submitted as part of that request, as well as there was a timeline in that draft. And as a reminder, during the meeting, the board agreed to have a work group of members review the draft, as well as some of the feedback that we received, particularly from the chief financial officers on the draft policy, and to come back with a proposed policy this month at the board's meeting this month. I think it might actually be easier if we go to the actual policy. And while we're doing that, and so I will just say, initially, the idea was to discuss the changes to the policy at today's meeting, and then not take action, and open it up for public comment, and then come back at the April board meeting with the policy for adoption. However, given the timelines that LEAs have different timelines around when they need to take action, or when they need to approve their budgets or take action related to their budget for the upcoming fiscal year. And so the work group is proposing that this policy be adopted by the board today, so that the process can begin, and then still release the policy for public comment. Changes will take public comment and consider that, and changes to the policy can certainly be made, as appropriate. I hope that's big enough for other people. That is not big enough for me, but that's okay, because I have it on another screen. So on the first page, so what we did is we highlighted in yellow the provisions that are substantively different from the draft that was shared in March. And so the first change is in section 1. We added a definition of at-promise students, because it's referred to throughout the policy and the law. So it's just identifies the formulas, the students that are included in the at-promise definition, and that includes multilingual learners, the students, the compensatory education fund, the count that is used for compensatory education, concentration of poverty, special education, and it also includes TSI. Students who TSI is the acronym for transitional supplemental instruction, but it is basically the tutoring support that the Blueprint has been providing based on the count of students who are not reading proficiently by 3rd grade. So those are also considered at-promise students. You want to move to the next substantive change, and I will actually, Ms. Dunner, would you take this one?
Sure. So in this section, as you may recall, the first 3 items that were listed were items that come straight from statute. This 4th one is also from statute. It's just in a different part of the statute. In the minimum school funding statute, which is found at 5-234 of the education article, there's reference to exclusions that local education agencies can make from the 75% or 100% requirement for countywide obligations or contracts for goods and services that cannot be allocated at the school level. So some of those things are like the excess costs of non-public placements for special education, retiree health benefits. That's not typically, that would be something that would be allocated at a school level. That's done at the county level. And so these are items that that can be excluded from that 75%, amount that would go to schools. Now, if they, so there's already for the 75% formulas, there's already that 25% that's sort of centrally located, or able to be spent centrally at the county level. If those expenditures exceed 25%, you get into 26 or 28 or whatever, then there would need to be some explanation of what's happening there. But this is where you all would ask for that explanation and then could consider whether or not a waiver is needed in that case.
In section 3, actually, let's come back to B and start with C. So there are specific, some changes that were added, some additions to what the waiver request would need to include. And while it arguably was already implied, we just clarified that the waiver request would need to specify which schools the LEA was asking for a waiver from the requirement. As well as in C3, they would need to provide a plan, including a timeline and sort of how, specific changes in expenditures or other changes that would lead them to come into compliance with the requirement when the waiver expires. And then in B is the timeline. And so originally, I think, actually, Heidi, what was the original? Was it March 31st, I think?
Yes, we had just a very short window between it's March 31st and then, all decisions will be made by May 15th.
Okay, so that was the original version. And in thinking much more deeply about it, as well as some feedback from the CFOs, the timeline, currently the timeline would be that LEAs could begin submitting waiver requests for fiscal year 2026. So for next year, on April 1st, assuming the policy is adopted today. And then as it's currently written here, they would have actually until October 31st to ask for a waiver from fiscal year 26. So that would allow them to ask for a waiver based on their budgeted anticipated expenditures or their budget. And so for LEAs that are looking and saying, we're not, even on a budget basis, we're not able to meet in these schools for these reasons, they could apply for a waiver before the fiscal year begins. But then it would also leave them an opportunity to ask for a waiver after the fiscal year begins, after the school year begins, if there are unanticipated changes in enrollments or particularly enrollments, but there could be other things that they could ask for a waiver once the fiscal year has begun. And so that's what is being proposed here. And then that would be for fiscal year 26. And then for fiscal year 27 and every year beyond that, the window would be basically from November 1st to October 31st each year. You could request a waiver. And then we move down to, I think, section 5. Oh, this is just the timeline for a decision. And this is consistent with the previous draft. It's just that the previous draft gave us sort of a date certain by when a decision would be made, and this just puts it 60 days within 60 days of receiving that waiver request that the AIB would provide a written decision, either approving or denying in whole or in part the request. So it's more specific. So those are all of the changes, that substantive changes to the policy. I see Member Stapleton has a question.
Yeah, but
Questions?
I don't know if we're taking like sort of discussions for amendments here. But I thought Ms. Gupta's testimony earlier from Strong Schools raised some important things that are not currently laid out in this plan, this waiver request procedure, which includes community engagement and some transparency. I know that we have leaned into transparency in this group, and what would be the approach for LEAs to demonstrate that they have engaged with the community, shared what the waiver request was, how the funds are used instead of in a certain school? And I think that would be important information to attain from the LEAs.
Could you scroll up to, I think, section 3, please? So it's not specified here, but I think part of the waiver request could include, how they've, engaged with the community in sharing information about the budget, the need for, why they're requesting a waiver, all the things that you just described. I think it could be part of the information that they are asked to submit as part of their request.
I'm
Heidi,
sorry,
does
Member
that
Lynch, I have one other. Is this intended to be a public document, the waiver request? Would anybody be able to see it, or is this happening?
I would imagine you have to be able to see that because we have to act publicly on that. So it has to be public.
So should there be a timeline by which sufficient time that it's publicized that this has been a waiver request and that we would meet? I mean, we couldn't give just 1 day warning. So we would have to have some sort of length of time where people could investigate if they so chose and provided.
Yeah, the only question about that, because you got times which the schools are acting on their budgets in a time frame that may be crucial or tight. In the future, where you're going forth and you're not looking at it for this year, I would agree with you because you'd have a time that is stated in the programs we have, and it's regularized to some degree. But if you're already in the midst of a budget, late in the budget, you do need to have some transparency. But if you allow it to be as extensive as we normally would have, those things could go 60, 70 days or 90 days based on everything that you're doing. So you need to either have some very tight time frames, or you need to give notice for which people can, in fact, write and prepare notes or letters in opposition to it. But if you allow it to be completely open like that, in the sense that you have to go and have a hearing, public testimony, all those kinds of things, then it's going to not be effective in terms of the system responding to trying to regularize this in a way that's effective. But I think you do need to have something, but it needs to be very tight in order to do so. Notice, for example, and that it is public, at least for now, and then we could come back later and regularize this once we have a regular schedule for which we are putting this into. But if you're looking for something for next year, it's going to be pretty tight for it. But I think it needs to be publicly noted, and it comes to us, and we have to act publicly. So that in and of itself means that from our standpoint, it's going to be a public document.
And if I could just add, I mean, we could certainly post them on the website and make everyone aware that they're posted and available to review. And, you
And to
know,
comment on it.
we could take, right, we could take public, yeah, we could take
Yeah.
public comment during that, you know, 60 days that we have between when they submit it and when it is, there's a decision.
Anything else that we have?
Member Lynch.
Okay.
I just very quickly wanted to echo Member Stapleton's. I think in guidance is probably a good place for you know, for specifics of what we might want to include. But I really do appreciate an equity analysis and public, you know, public input, information about engagement in things like technical assistance. But my real comment is in this first iteration, based on all of the data that we have just heard, I anticipate that we may get 24 waiver requests for this year. And so the 60-day timeline sounds perfectly acceptable in most situations. I am concerned for you and your staff that if in processing 24 waivers in 60 days. And so I don't know what we can do to be supportive of that, but I just or if you'll just be doing them on a rolling basis so that, you know, get it in earlier, you'll get your decision earlier, you can make your adjustments to your budget earlier. But I do want to highlight, I think this will be a challenge in this initial year.
I'm not sure we need to put a deadline on that for the first year. Because I agree with your assessment of that. And we're going to use the best faith effort to try to respond. But if we put 60 days in and there's a challenge in terms of responding to all of that and the complexity, especially given notice, and people may respond to that as well, that may turn out to be difficult to meet. I think in the long term, once we see how it works out, to some degree we go there, but to simply put it there, I understand the reason for it, but there's unintended consequences that you just described that could happen. So I'm not sure we need to put it at least for the first time. We will do the best faith effort we can to respond as quickly as can. That's what we should do. But to say that limit ourselves, we're not sure about this process, how long it may take, how many may apply, and we're looking at a very tight window now in terms of the budget year. To say that, I think, would be putting ourselves in a legal limbo here that we have to respond to quickly. Although I think that we can make it, but as a sort of a statutory requirement, that's saying a lot.
Ms. Dunner, would it be possible to say AIB shall make a written decision, will make its best efforts to provide a written decision?
Well, you don't have to say anything.
Well, the policy as it currently stands does say within 60 days. So I think that you're going to have to amend the draft policy in some way before you adopt it.
Yeah. Well, I'll make a motion that we eliminate the 60-day requirement and that we make our best effort formally to get it through as quickly as possible until we have, at least just for this year, for what is it, the whatever
fiscal
the budget
26.
year is. Yeah, that's all just for this year.
So the amendment would be for requests submitted for fiscal 26. We'll make our best effort to provide a decision as soon as possible.
Right.
And for all subsequent fiscal years, we will provide we'll issue a written decision to the party within 60 days.
I wouldn't say 60 days in any case, because once we look at this year, we may say we don't need 60 days. We may be 40 days or 30 days, or it may be longer. So that's why I wanted to get through this year and then assess what we think that would be appropriate time frame and then put it in at that time. But I don't know at this point in time whether 60, 45, or 30 days may be appropriate. We need some regularity to this to find that out. And so I wouldn't put a time in this time and just wait to see how we respond. The number of applicants we get, those kinds of things. And then we can make an informed decision about what that dateline should be. But we need some data in order to do that.
So at this time, the amended language for section 5B will just be the AIB shall issue a written decision on the request to the party at its earliest convenience, or
Right. As early as possible.
In as expedited manner as
okay.
As possible. Yeah. But we're only talking this year now. That's all. And then we'll assess that and then make a long-term decision going forward.
This
But
policy
just
will
to be-
remain open for comment now.
Yes.
Right. And
Yes.
so, we will be reviewing this in the very near future. I'm assuming sometime over the summer we'll be reviewing this. And, so does there have to be, can it just say the AIB will issue a written decision, period? And then we'll collect feedback from the public, and your team can do sort of a time analysis as you're processing the waivers that are coming in as to how long it typically takes to process a request. And we'll have that ready for the board for feedback in our summer or fall meeting to review this policy again.
Yeah, we don't need to put all that in the motion though. That's the intent.
Right. But I think Member Lynch is, if I understand correctly, just suggesting deleting B.
Or just say the AIB shall issue a written decision.
Yeah,
Period.
That's
I'm
an
okay
A.
with that.
That's an A.
Yeah.
That's already an A though.
Yeah.
Well then, yeah, I don't know that you need
we
it.
don't
Just
need
delete B for now.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't need it. But your sentiment is this is what we're going to do. We're going to come back and look at it for the record and regularize it in such a format that we would have a precise time frame in which we can work from. Then we'll have an information based upon something what's the basis of working on. Okay, any other questions on this?
Can I just clarify? So it sounds like that would be an actual amendment to the policy. The other comments that Member Stapleton made and then Member Lynch made, are we okay with putting those in guidance that would
Yes.
accompany, or instructions that would accompany the policy for those requesting a waiver? Okay.
That was my intent to include that in the guidance in terms of transparency. That's what you're saying. Yes.
Transparency and consultation, I
Yeah.
think Member Stapleton said.
Well,
Did you want
I provided some, I tried to edit the document, but I didn't have edit access. So I in the meeting chat, I added just some words to add at the end of C5.
I see that now. Any supporting documents, exhibits, and affidavits, including a demonstration that they engaged with the public.
Okay.
Is it also, not to pile onto this, but can we also add on there potentially an equity analysis if they have conducted one?
You can't define that. What does it mean? I know what it means to me.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think some of this would be, left to the LEAs in order to present this as a piece of supporting documentation. And the way it's worded is, it is something that is suggested, not something that is required. But I do think that in light of the comments from the public comment, like I think that is a big challenge with how some of these districts are grappling with the requirement. And if people are not able to meet the requirement because there's a not attention paid to adhering to what the blueprint has done to support improved equity across the system, then I think we've really lost the power of what we're trying to do with the minimal school funding.
Yeah, but the challenge that I have with that is why I asked the question to define in that we could be in that, the guardian not there forever, trying to properly assess that. And if you're talking about a waiver and you're talking about a time frame, that is something that any and everybody could challenge from now and forever. Because that's somewhat, unless you're going to write out a detailed, precise number and go through a detail in terms of what that means, and that is in the eyes of the beholder. So if I'm a person who opposed that, I can forever say subjectively, you've never met that. And you never will.
But I do think it would make for a stronger case if they can demonstrate some equity analysis. And so putting it under C5 as the supporting document.
But what I'm saying,
suggests
how are you going to find that? I don't disagree with what he's saying in terms of making a stronger case, but how are you going to define that? Unless you're going to detail precisely what that means in all of its terms and conditions, you cannot define that. So you put something in a statute like that you can't define, and someone questions that and say, you've never met that. Whatever that says, how do you demonstrate that? That's just to be an exhibit of that. How are you going to demonstrate to a person who is aggrieved and feel that you have not done so? You would never meet that test. Our society can't even meet that test.
But I don't think we're stating that they must provide an equity analysis that demonstrates anything.
Then what are we talking about?
We're just saying you can provide supporting documents, which could
what are the supporting documents of that?
Can I just can I ask Ms. Duderick, because I believe that C5 would be required because the lead-in says shall contain.
It does, but can I just read? I'm going to need specific votes on addressing this draft policy. So I'll come back to section 5 because we do need to come back to that to take a specific vote to amend this draft policy before we take a vote on adopting it. But for section C5, what I heard from Member Stapleton and Member Manco was the following, that we would add the following language at the end of section C5 after affidavits, and it would say, comma, including a demonstration that the LEA engaged with the public, and if one has been performed, an equity analysis. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I understand what they're saying. That's not the question. What is the equity analysis?
I understand that you understand what they're saying. I wanted to make sure I understood what they're saying. and I think what they've said is if one has been performed.
Either way.
If the LEA thinks they've performed an equity analysis, they can provide.
Yeah, but that's not the question. The question is not whether or not they say they've done that. The question is, what is the equity analysis? How we define that? What is the equity analysis? What is an equity analysis? If I'm arguing
it's whatever.
No. You have to have this as an objective test at this point in time. It cannot be whatever you think of it. What is the equity analysis which we can regularize, to which we are holding somewhat accountable? Because there's going to be argued from one side or the other. What is equity analysis?
I think it's evidence that they are providing, and then the board can weigh all of that evidence in the totality to decide whether or not a waiver request. I mean, also, what is data? What is information? That's in C4. I don't know what data or information is either.
Yeah. Well, you're making my point. We're going down a rabbit hole here that would tie us up into legal jargon and will get us in a challenge forever. You cannot, and we have not been able to properly define that. That's the problem. I know I may be sounding over-exaggerated here, but we are about to go down a legal analysis, a legal challenge here that we could be in forever. We can't even define it. So how we're going to hold them accountable for it, and how we're going to say what the exhibits are that does that. And then when someone does not get a waiver or a waiver is approved, and the opposition says you haven't met the analysis, how are we going to determine that? That's the problem. You grant it, the opposing people said they've not done it. Well, how can we define that we've done it? If you don't grant it, You do not grant it, and then the people said you didn't grant it because you didn't find it.
There are
Pretty clear to
a
me.
couple of other hands up, and I'm not sure if it's on this point or not, so I just wanted to check. Member Lynch and Member Robinson.
Member Robinson, you had your hand up first.
I don't think I did though, but I can go. So I guess I under I understand the need for addressing whether or not there is an equity concern. And if the only issue that we're having right now from hearing from the chair is that we don't have a definition for it, we can just state one. Like if the concern around equity is, as I understood it, that money that's intended to support specific populations might not be going there, then that's kind of the nature of what they need to say, like how that's happening. So some kind of a study or report that describes the extent to which at-promise students are affected by the decision regarding minimum school funding. So I don't think it's necessarily saying like we have to approve of their rationale, but it's just making the statement like, okay, well, this is how these people are going to be affected by not sending the money to this particular school or, however it's supposed to be done. That's kind of in my mind. It's not so much like a yes, good, bad, no kind of thing. It's more like what's actually happening? Like a statement of fact of what is happening.
And we've already taken that in the numbers and the amounts that we talked about in the 75 to 25%. That's already included in that. We are defining that, and we have already regularized to some degree what we're talking about based on the money. We want to make sure the money goes to those particular students that we've identified. That's the process. And that's how we've decided overall, the General Assembly decided, that's what we're looking at. They didn't look for a definition. They defined the people to whom that money will go to in a category. That's our responsibility. Now we're saying we have to determine the equity analysis outside of that framework. The money is what we're looking at. Where does it go to these particular students? And if you demonstrate that, if you go back to this, get away from this, go back to that, then you fulfill the requirements. We assume based on that, you fulfill the requirements based on how you've allocated your money. Now we're saying, in some fashion, without it being defined, and if it's not something that's required, then why are we doing it? Now we're saying we have to put in here an equity analysis. Well, we've already decided what the analysis is based on the money. We've defined it in terms of students. So I'm saying to you, once you go down this road, guys, this could be really dynamite here. Because we're putting something in for which you're going to get potentially, if someone is given a waiver, if someone's not given a waiver, you've given an outline, a outlook for which people will follow through and argue that this point has not been met. And that's what we're talking about here. And I don't know how you get around it. And it doesn't add anything in there because what we're looking at is how you spend the money and who you spend it on.
I think what it adds is a recognition of the impact that certain decisions can have.
And at what cost, though? At a cost of potential lawsuit and a long-term discussion about that. That's what I'm saying. I don't disagree with wanting to have that. I would love to have that, but I don't want to end up in an endless array of lawsuits and determinations and fights about this that doesn't add very much to our discussion here. Because we can't define it. I understand the sentiment, but at what cost are we going to put this sentiment in? We're putting in a sentiment of something that we feel good about and something we think is appropriate for the potential of an endless array of disputes and lawsuits behind. I don't get that.
Member Lynch, and then Vice Chair Kerwin.
Yeah, I'm looking for a little bit of clarity because I want to make sure as we're making decisions that we are thinking really clearly about at what cost for students and not necessarily at what cost for this board. So I want to make sure that we continue to center impact on students. And I want to go back to Dr. Kerwin's statement earlier when he said, and so I just want to do this so I understand, when he said, I have 4 schools and they all have the same number of students, is the rule that 50% of those schools need to meet the requirement, but perhaps the other 50 could not? Is that the correct interpretation?
Based on they have the same enrollment, just so we don't get into that issue. That is what our policy says would be considered as meeting the requirement in fiscal 26.
Okay. And the reason that I'm asking that is because, you know, districts will be making choices about how to meet these requirements most efficiently. And so it is possible that in making those efficient and effective decisions to bring them into compliance, they would choose to direct funds in ways that may inadvertently disproportionately impact certain communities. Or I'm not going to worry about this school right now because I have a larger school over here, and if I bring this school into compliance, it gives me the larger per pupil number. So if I focus on my larger schools first, that helps bring me into my per pupil allocation, and smaller schools, perhaps schools that have, you know, more students of color or more multilingual learners, may end up not being serviced first. Is that a correct interpretation? Could that potentially happen where a school district would say, if I have to have 50% of my students, I am going to make sure that my largest number of my large schools, my 1,500 schools, I'm all in compliance with those schools first, because they will get me to that 50% of students fastest instead of the smaller schools. Is that a correct interpretation?
I think it is a possibility, but I also think it wouldn't be related to a waiver request, because that's a decision they could make to meet the stated policy, which is 50% of your students are attending schools that meet the requirement. So I don't know that would be a waiver that would come up in a waiver request necessarily. But to your point, I think that the LEAs will make lots of different decisions to meet the requirement in fiscal 26.
So then would it be reasonable to think that if they were making those decisions to be in compliance, that they would also be, if they were unable to come into compliance, perhaps making similar decisions that would in fact have some sort of an equity impact? And the reason I say that is, I think we can say, have an equity impact statement. It doesn't have to be a study, it doesn't have to be whatever, but I think that it would not be unreasonable for this board to require of LEAs that they have done some sort of consideration of the impact and unintended consequences of their decisions, of not only their waiver, but as part of their waiver, how they are going to come into compliance, you know, what are their decisions that they're going to be making. So I don't think it would be unreasonable to ask for some sort of a thought process from the districts about how they are ensuring, especially when we look at these numbers and we see our multilingual learners, our comp ed students, these are our students that are being most impacted every day and have the least amount of resources going where they need right now. I think some sort of an equity impact statement or analysis of would be appropriate if I've understood the situation correctly.
I think the question there is not the equity impact. The question is, how do you meet those students? What is your plan for those individual students in those categories? And I think that's covered somewhere in it.
It is in in C3 is where we're requiring the LEAs to include a plan, including the timeline and changes in proposed expenditures and other changes for complying with the requirement when the waiver has expired. So I think that what you're suggesting would fall into C3 and could be part of the board's consideration.
Yeah. But you deal with that based on those categories of students, which is what we are trying to include here. Our task is to make sure those categories of students, that distribution of monies is where it is spent. And A general concern is that those are the students which we are trying to ensure that that money follows. And we need to see how they are going to continue to be in compliance with that going forward. And that's C3. That's different from adding in a language about an equity requirement. I'm more concerned about those categories of students, where that money flows, how it flows, than to put up an idea about some equity requirement, which I think is fine, but doesn't add very much to what we're saying. It could be very confusing.
Vice Chair Kerwin, can I jump ahead just because I have a question about this thing that they just mentioned? My reading of C3, does not match what Executive Director and Chair you just talked about. My reading of C3, and I'm not a lawyer, so Heidi, correct me. Sorry, Ms. Stutterer. It sounds to me like this is a plan for complying with the formula once the waiver has expired, not while the waiver is in place. I thought you guys were talking about, well, while the waiver's in place, how are you taking care of those students that needed that money to follow them?
Well,
perhaps I misunderstood Member Lynch, but I thought she
Yeah.
was saying that they should have a plan for how they're going to be addressing those students' needs, which would be as they come into compliance. But maybe I misunderstood you.
Well, I think it's two different, if I can, is it okay if I jump in for clarity? So I think it's two different things. I think they should have a plan to come into compliance, but I think also, you know, as they are requesting this waiver, I do think it would be important that there has been some sort of thoughtful consideration of districts as to how their failure to come into compliance or why they are seeking a waiver will potentially impact, like how that will impact students. And I want to continue to stay centered on students because I think that is the most important thing.
Then we have to come to grips with a little bit of reality here. When we looked at the numbers beforehand, we noticed that in some of those categories, they had not done that. And if they're seeking a waiver is an admission that they are not at that level of the numbers that that the plan requires. So if you're seeking a waiver, and then you also in the waiver must demonstrate how you are compliant, then you don't need the waiver. If you have to demonstrate how you're compliant, you don't need the waiver. You're seeking the waiver because you're not compliant, at least at that 1 year. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say I'm seeking a waiver because I can't comply, but I also want to demonstrate how I'm compliant, which is it. So we have to be honest with ourselves. In that 1 year, and all we're talking about 1 year here, you're not going to fulfill the requirement. That's what they're saying. We can't fulfill the requirements, and here's why we can't fulfill them. So you can't demonstrate now to say, well, I want to demonstrate for you how I'm compliant, at least for those students. I mean, I accept that reality, and we've seen that based on the numbers. We go back a moment ago to the prior numbers. We don't have that compliance. And I don't see how that has an ultimate change for their downward adjustment, how they're going to apply for all the students. But we do want to make sure going forward, you've got a plan, and within that 1 year, you can make adjustments to get to that plan. At least that's the way I see it, unless I'm reading it wrong. That's what they're requesting. We need help. We need a little bit more time in order to comply. But we can't demonstrate to you in that time frame that we have actually complied, and we have a plan to demonstrate to you how we comply. That's inconsistent. Otherwise, they wouldn't need a waiver. At least only the secret.
Vice Chair Kerwin.
Thank you. So what I'm struggling with is this debate we've been having on 5. 5 doesn't require anything. Nothing there is nobody's required to do anything. That's an invitation. If you want to do this, it's okay to do it. But if you want to provide additional information, it's okay to do it, and we will accept it. But we're not going to make a judgment. I mean, that could contribute to our conclusion, but nobody is required to submit any of those things. That's totally optional. So
No, I thought we were changing that, Britt.
Ms.
Oh,
I thought
Can
they were
I ask?
changing it.
Can I ask Ms. Dutterer to?
I thought 5 was going to say any supporting documents, exhibits, affidavits, equity analyses, et cetera, as an invitation, but not a requirement.
I thought that's what we're changing.
So I would say in 5, you are correct, Vice Chair. So if you want, if something exists and they want to share it,
why not
great,
let them?
go for it. If
No,
on
as
the,
it
that's one.
as it currently reads, he's right. But I thought we were changing it.
On the issue of the equity analysis, if an equity analysis has been performed and they want to share it, they can. On the issue of, this is a separate issue, and I'm actually glad you're bringing this up, Mr. Vice Chair, on the issue of public comment or participation or whatever that Member Stapleton brought up, that should probably go in a different subsection if you want to require that.
Let me back up for a moment. I thought in 5 we were adding language.
Of a requirement?
Adding language, not what it's currently read. Adding language.
Okay.
That would require that stipulation of an equity component. That's what I thought we were doing.
I said if
so,
it had been.
No. I know what it says now.
Hold on,
saying.
please.
Yeah.
Hold on. Can I make a suggestion, please? Can Arshia, can you stop sharing your screen? Or are you sharing the version that Heidi is in? Because I think if we could do track changes so people could see what we are talking about, then it might be more clear to everyone. Is that possible?
Yes, give me one moment.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I could, 2 things. One, I would be totally comfortable with providing detailed guidance with regards to what supporting documents could be. So supporting documents could be a demonstration of outreach with community, could be an equity analysis, however people want to define that. So that's my first thing. Secondly, Chair, you mentioned that people couldn't be not in compliance, so not meet the 75%, but then also show how they're going to take care of the students. It doesn't make sense. But it could easily happen. So something like a school has a whole bunch of new multilingual learners that they had not anticipated, okay, at the start of the school year. So they had not funded for teachers to be available. That's fine. So it's not in their budget. They're not going to spend expenditures, but they have partnered with a university to provide free services or after school tutoring. So they're trying to take care of those students. And so that is a free service. So it's not going to show up in their expenditures. So I think we'll have lots of examples where we can push the LEAs to think creatively about how they're going to take care of the students if they're not meeting the minimum funding.
Well, if that's the case, then you're correct. If someone in the middle of the year could be able to do that, then you're correct. But my view would be that's highly unlikely you're going to do that, especially in terms of where you are now, that you can all of a sudden create some programs to do that. Otherwise, they could do that now and reuse that as suggesting how they're meeting the requirements. But that's highly unlikely. But if that rare incident happens, I don't think you have a lot of incidents of that. Otherwise, we would have had it all along. But they could do that now. but nothing stops them from engaging with universities and everybody else to get additional information, which we've encouraged them to do so, by the way. And they haven't done it, or they have not found ways to do it.
Ms. Stutterer, this is maybe just semantics, but I actually like the language that Justin put in the chat as opposed to what is written there. A study or report that describes the extent to which at-promise students are affected by the decision regarding MSF.
That's what I was going to suggest, but.
All right, so it's not requiring it, right?
No, it's not required.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the rest of that? I don't see the chat, so.
Oh, it says a study or report that describes the extent to which at-promise students are affected by the decision regarding minimum school funding. Thank you, Justin.
This can help me out here because I'm sure I'm butchering this.
All right, let's read it back now. Justin, is your comments? Justin?
Okay, it's a study or report that describes the extent to which at-promise students are affected by the decision regarding minimum school funding.
Wait a minute. What?
You mean it would be by the waiver request rather than the decision, maybe? Yeah.
Are you still editing?
Yes. I'm still editing.
All right, while she's doing it, we'll go back up to the top there. You have the word, we have the word shall. Does that create a problem for us at the top?
Right here. That's the one I'm worried about too.
Yeah.
It just says any supporting documents, exhibits, and affidavits, if they exist. Any just means if they exist. Including but not limited to any study or report that describes the extent to which at-promise students are affected by the decision regarding minimum school funding if one has been performed.
Okay. Now, what about the term at topic C where it says the written request shall contain? The word shall.
Let me see if I can just make this.
Mm-hmm.
Shall contain. Don't know.
I think the language you had before is better. When you say any such documents, they're not required, whether the shell's there or not.
Right.
It's totally voluntary.
Say that again, Brett.
So if you just put any, like she had, go back to the any.
Okay.
You shall include any supporting documents. It doesn't require them to do any of these things.
So long you have any in it, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Do you agree, Attorney Deuterer?
In fact, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to get rid of this last little, Rachel, I don't know, I see you there. Can you get rid of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The to the.
All right. Let me go back now and try to get us regularized here. The written request shall contain any supporting documents, exhibit, and affidavits included but not limited to any study or report that describes the extent to which at-promise students are affected by the decision regarding minimum school funding if one has been performed. Okay. In our legislative history, we are going to also indicate in this that does not require that if any exists, and that's the intent here that we're talking about. So we make that clear and that it does not require that, then I think that we're okay, at least from my standpoint. All right, any further questions on this? Since we've got language now that I think most people at least purportedly feel okay with. If not, let's address that.
If on section 3, is there any other proposed changes?
All right, any other changes?
Can we go down to section 5? Yeah, I made the change that we talked about in 5, just so that everybody's clear.
Okay.
Are there any other suggested changes?
Okay,
Mr. Chair, may I move
wait just a second. No, that
of
was-
these amendments?
Wait, let's make sure, is there any further questions? I don't want to rush through it. Any other questions, comments, or changes suggested before we take consideration of the motion? Hearing none, Dr. Kerwin, go ahead.
Okay, I would move approval of these amendments to the original proposal.
All right. I second the motion that all of the amendments that we've just discussed, the changes therein, are offered as an inclusion in the overall waiver request. All right, any further discussion about the amendments or changes that have been suggested? That includes all of those that we've just talked about. All right. Hearing none, we'll now vote on the amendments to the waiver process. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it. Now we go back to the main motion itself. Is there a motion for the overall waiver process, including the amendments that we've just discussed?
I so move.
I'll second.
All right, moved and proper second that we approve the waiver process as amended. In a discussion on the overall amendment itself. Okay. All right, now we're ready for the question. All in favor of the waiver process as amended, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? No. Okay. All right, the motion is approved. Yes.
Great.
Thanks, guys.
If we can, the next agenda item, item 6, relates to an MSDE request for a change in the comprehensive plan. And I know we're all running tight on time. So from MSDE, I don't see Ms. Brightful. Is she, there we go.
She's here. Yep.
Right. So we have Lindsay Brightful, who's the director of math for MSDE here, just to briefly explain the reason for the request and the request. And we can share the document if on the screen. Ms. Brightful, if that's
Yeah, that sounds good.
okay.
Ready?
Okay. Then
Okay. Good afternoon, AIB board members. I think my computer was muted, but I think Rachel introduced me, but if she didn't, I'm Lindsay Brightful, Director of Math. And I'm not, is this the first time sharing the document or did everyone have it already?
oh no, they have it.
Okay.
They've had it. Yes.
Okay, so just to overview this and not read all of it, so since you already have it, but this just lays out a plan for our next steps, our proposed next steps with comprehensive math plans. Originally from the last guidance provided, pre-K through 12 plans were set to be due in June. And we're requesting to extend that to September so that we have time to align the guidance to the math policy, which will go to the state board for hopeful adoption in March. And we think it's important that the policy and the comprehensive math plans are directly aligned to each other, and that we don't want LEAs to develop a plan and then we put out a policy and they didn't have the opportunity to align their plan with that policy. Some of the things that we're looking for alignment on is really around the multi-tier systems of support in mathematics, and also implementing instruction aligned to our updated course progression in secondary math pathways, which are designed in alignment with the college career readiness standard being met by the end of 10th grade. The last piece I'll say is if in the timeline, you'll see that We do still intend for LEAs to have the opportunity to turn their plans in earlier than September so that they can receive feedback if there are any revisions they need to make, with the understanding that when they turn it in September, that both the plan and the feedback given will be publicly available and shared. We also did add in, at the request of, I think it was virtual, but at a prior conversation, we talked about that we want to have a hard deadline aligned to another deadline you all have in November of this year to let you know if any LEAs are not on track to receive approval. So we did include this so that we can make the appropriate next steps at that time, with the end goal of having all LEAs approved by December of 25. So that's an overview. I don't know if there's any questions or anything specific you want me to give more details on.
Thank you, Lindsay. Are there any questions? Member Robinson, our mathematician,
Oh yeah,
our other mathematician, sorry.
I didn't have any huge questions. I just thank you for your leadership in this area. I've had a chance to kind of look over the math policy and I'm encouraged by a lot of the changing initiatives. And so I think it definitely makes sense to sort of postpone when LEAs are submitting their plans, because there's a lot changing in good ways. So I'm excited for that. And also just a point of personal privilege. Thank you for you and your office organizing the Pi Day event around the screening for Counted Out, that documentary. I saw that was one of the engagement opportunities in your in the policy. And I think it's for those who haven't got a chance to watch the documentary, it's great for thinking about, you know, the macro level of math and like how it affects us in our daily lives. And it's the kind of thinking that has gone into the math policy. So I just want to thank you for that. But I'm in support of the postponement.
Thank you for your feedback and thank you for serving on our panel, following the policy. I mean, the screening, not policy.
Are there any other questions? If not, we have a motion that we can read real quickly. I can just read it out loud here. And the motion would be, after careful consideration of the recommendation of the AIB, staff and the request by MSDE, the motion is for the board to approve an extension of the submission deadline for comprehensive pre-K-12 math plans from June 30th to September 30th of 2025.
You need
Dr. Kerwin, you're muted.
Oh, I can move it if.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay. Justin, excuse me, member Robinson and member Stapleton. Okay. And then all in favor?
Yeah, Dr. Kerwin, are you going to call for the vote?
I'm sorry. I stepped off. My problem was I got a phone call and I was trying to deal with it. I apologize.
That's all right.
So, the motion has been moved and seconded?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? No opposition? The motion passes. Thank you. What's next, Madam Executive Director?
Next, if we can go to the executive director update, and we're going to skip ahead to the office lease approval because we have a motion for that. Very quick update. We have finally received approval of our office space lease that it went to the Board of Public Works last month, and the Board of Public Works approved it. So we are now bringing it to the board for approval. The lease is a 10-year lease. It is in space in downtown Annapolis at 60 West Street. And you can see there, we received in our budget 140,000 appropriation to support office space lease, and the first year of the lease rent would be that $119,124. And then it has a 3-year 3% annual inflation built into the lease. And at an additional cost, we can purchase parking under the building. And timeline wise, once the lease is approved, there's a whole process that is under the next steps there, that we will work with the Department of General Services within state government to coordinate with the leaseholder. There is construction work that is needed to modify the space and update the space, and that is part of the lease document. And so that work must be done within 120 days or 4 months after all the permits are issued, and then there also has to be inspection and approval of the space before we could occupy it. So we think we're probably looking at hopefully early fall that we would be able to actually move into the space. Alex, I'm sorry, Ms. Vernon, is there anything else we want to highlight for the board members? I'm good.
Madam Executive Director?
Yes.
Yeah, 3 of us actually got to tour the space. Those that had to do go to the Senate Nominations Committee, Member Robinson, Member Lynch, and myself, and Chair Leggett joined Executive Director Heiss to tour the facility. And I think we were all quite impressed. It's a great location. There's good space there, and there's actually going to be a boardroom where we could hold meetings in the office space. So I think we were. My colleagues can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we were all quite impressed with what this could be. It doesn't look so great right now, let's be honest. But when it is, the modifications are made, I think it's going to serve us very, very well. And again, I love the location.
Great, thank you. And that was something we wanted to, I was reminded to mention that there is going to be a large enough space that the board can meet in person, and a limited number of the public would be able to be there in person as well.
So do we need a motion at this point?
We have a motion.
Okay.
By chance, Ms. Detterer, are you prepared to
I'll read
read
it.
Thank you.
Sure. The motion is to approve a lease between the landlord Annapolis West Limited Partnership and the board for the board to lease from the landlord office space located at 60 West Street, Suite 204 in Annapolis, Maryland, for an initial term of 10 years and for an annual rent totaling $119,124.60 in the first year of the full service lease, and to authorize the executive director to execute the lease on behalf of the board.
Okay, we have a motion. Does it require somebody to move this? Okay, so.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Okay.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The lease is approved.
Great. Yep. Okay. So if we go backwards, there we go. The staffing update, we have posted on the website our all of our open policy analyst positions that include several that we are posting for a second time, as well as Pillar 5 policy analyst position that we have created. All of those are available on the website. We're also sharing as widely as possible, just to take advantage of the moment, as well as ads will be in the Baltimore Sun and in the Washington Post. And so the way that we've given the deadline of April 15th to receive resumes and a cover letter. And those should be emailed to aib@maryland.gov. We will also be doing an email blast out to our entire list of folks who follow us, providing this information.
Executive Director Heiss, can we maybe put like a banner or a button on our homepage so people can easily find that? I think now it's sort of tucked under our like About Us page, but could we put like an easy click through link for people to find us?
I
There
thought we
actually
did.
is one. Yeah. So on the carousel now, Member Lynch, there's like 3 images and it's one of them, and you can click right on it and get taken there.
On the homepage?
Yep.
Yep. Otherwise, you're absolutely correct. It's a little hard to find. But soon we will be rectifying that as well, with our website updates. Okay, so that covers staffing update. And actually, Arshia, do you want to pick it up from there?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So just a few quick updates for outreach and communications. In our agenda and on the meeting agenda for today and on the resources page on our website, we have released an aligned metrics one-pager. The goal of this was to inform and just also remind everyone about which metrics AIB and MSBE identified at the joint board meeting in June, and which have goals that are set already, as well as which aligned metrics we are waiting on baseline data for. So that is now posted so that people can see it. And as we have data in the next months, years that track to the metrics, this will be updated as well. We also sent out our monthly AIB update that goes out around a week to a week and a half after our board meetings. We are reaching about 1,000 people every time we send this out, and that's the amount of people who are opening and engaging with our update. So we are reaching a good amount of people, about 50% of our email list. These are also posted on our website on the resources page, along with our legislative updates as well. So if you're someone who's listening to this and also wants to get on that list to get these updates, you can subscribe there as well. And then as Rachel mentioned, our website redesign is in full swing. So thank you to everyone, including board members and members of the public and partners who filled out our website survey. We learned some things that we may not have known already, as well as reaffirmed some things. So the top uses of our website is to learn about the blueprint, to access plans, to find out more about outcomes, and then meeting info. There was a lot of feedback that it's not the easiest to navigate currently, so that is a top priority. And we also, as I mentioned, in one of the uses, we want it to be a place where people can see progress and outcomes when data is available. We can highlight best practices and all of those things. So we are taking those things into account as we work on our website redesign. And right now in that process, we are revamping the navigation to make it clearer, as well as creating wireframes for the new pages, and we are also auditing, editing, and creating new content. So we will be providing updates in the next few meetings as well.
Do we have the in-house expertise to work on the navigation? Is that something?
Yeah, so our web contractor, Brittany, has
I see. Okay, so we have a outside.
Yes. She's been on board since mid-December, and she is leading that process. I'm helping project manage it and work with her,
great.
but we are consulting with staff as well as she's leading it, and she's done website redesigns in the past.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Great. Pass it on to Joy.
Great, thank you, Arshia. So good evening. Today is the 72nd day of the legislative session, which means there's 8 days left. And crossover was this past Monday, March 17th. And of course, we'll adjourn sine die on April 7th. You can go to the next slide, Arshia. So I just wanted to take you through the biggest bill that we are concerned about, which is the governor's bill, which was amended in the House and then referred to the Senate committees, Budget and Tax and Education, Energy, and the Environment. The major changes or amendments that the House made to the governor's bill was to restore the blueprint funding formulas to current law. So compensatory education, multilingual learner per pupil amounts to current law. It kept the special education per pupil amount at current law as well. And that also restores or removes the pause to the community school per pupil grants, restoring them to current law. In terms of collaborative time, it removed the 4-year pause to collaborative time and restored that per pupil funding allocation to the foundation. And it also strikes the establishment of collaborative time innovation grants. In terms of community schools, I think I told you that they restored the community school funding grant. There were a few little administrative changes to the language in the governor's bill. In terms of teachers and leaders, there were some changes to his relocation incentive, making that a grant rather than a reimbursement. Some changes to the language in policy and grow your own, but nothing too major. The big things were it eliminated or it left the school leadership training program as it is in current law. So the governor's bill established a separate school system leadership training program and a Maryland School Leadership Academy, and those were eliminated from the bill, the House bill, and it also eliminated the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. Actually, you want to go on to the next slide? So this session, we took either a position or submitted a letter of information on 9 separate bills, but I'll note that 3 of those bills were cross-filed. A couple of them were directed to either blueprint implementation, that's that first one there, alterations to some of the components of implementation. That did not make it through crossover, but we shouldn't be surprised if some of those components maybe end up in the Senate's bill that they're working on as we speak. And then the change to the scope of authority of the AIB, which had a hearing early in March and never moved from there. I just want to note the last bill that's listed on the slide did move from the House to the Senate. It maintains the current funding mechanism for the career counseling program, which terminates in FY26. And that bill indefinitely extends that funding and also extends the reporting requirements for that program. It's been amended to establish funding through FY28 And there's a requirement that the AIB report to the governor and the General Assembly on the effectiveness of the program. It'll have a hearing on April 2nd in the Senate. And then we can move on to the next bill or the next slide. And so in addition to the governor's bill, HB 504, and the career and counseling bill, HB 772, moving to the opposite chamber, we did have movement on 3 bills that we were tracking for direct impact to the blueprint. The first is initial teacher certification qualification, which was trying to solve a problem where you have students graduating from a nationally accredited teacher education program that has its own independent portfolio-based assessment for teaching ability, and to allow students to use that assessment for their initial qualification. The next bill would be the primary and secondary education new teachers retention program, which establishes, as it says, a new teacher retention program to mentor teachers and provide a mentor to every teacher for the first 3 years. And then that last bill there is an analysis and report of the mixed delivery model. And it lists several components to be studied with a final report that would be due in December 31st of 2027 on the mixed delivery publicly funded full-day pre-K system. All of those will be heard in the Senate either April 2nd. That new teacher retention program has a hearing next week on March 27th. So if you have any questions, that's my report.
Yeah, Ms. Schaefer, the what the PZAM letter that went, did that result in any legislation? Or
Yeah, so in the, I guess it was the second to last slide I had there, that top bill, Blueprint for Maryland's Future Alterations, and actually another bill that another delegate submitted but then withdrew because it was verbatim the exact same bill. That was several of the of PZAM issues were included in that legislation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? Hearing none, we thank you very much for the very thorough and report. Sounds like the session has gone reasonably well for us, and we thank you for all the good work you've done since coming on board, actually only a month or so ago, wasn't it?
Maybe a little bit more than that, but yeah.
almost 2 months.
Almost 2
Almost 2 months.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I think almost 2 months.
certainly hit the ground running, and we're most appreciative. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Madam
That is the
Executive
end of the agenda.
That is?
It
Okay.
is. So I think
any items any member wants to raise before we adjourn? I don't see any hands, so can we ask for a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned, and we thank everyone for their good participation and for the staff for getting us prepared for today's meeting.
thank you so much.
We'll be in touch soon.